Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Item numbered 5. Vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 17th December 2025 is under correction. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye, you have the floor.
Speaker, I'm profoundly grateful. May I kindly bring you back to page 13. Item 11, motion, line 1. Speaker, my prayer is that you permit me to recommend that we insert the word there after adopt and before report. Then, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Table office, kindly take note. Page 15, page 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes.
Speaker, thank you. I was up on my feet against page 18. That's clause 18. The very last line. I propose we delete the word there and insert statutes. Speaker, if you may, clause 18, subclause 2, with your kind indulgence, the council shall appoint the pro-vice chancellors for the university in accordance with the word there should be deleted and we replace it with statutes. Of the university.
Thank you. Table office, take note. Page 21, yes.
Speaker, if it pleases you, I try to catch your attention.
Please do.
Speaker, 10, page 10. on the statement by the foreign minister. And I thought the statement was specific to Jamaica and Benin, but I see the title capturing as sister nations. That I find vague, and I don't know what.
Well, table office can refer to the statement.
Or maybe if the statement, they have hard copies.
Yes, okay. They can refer to the statement and give it the correct caption. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you once again. Paragraph XVIII, Acting Chief Executive Director. May we please, with your kind indulgence, delete the word director and replace same with officer. Acting Chief Executive Officer, Forestry Commission. Thank you.
What is the correct designation? Is he officer in reality or director?
Speaker, the right rendition should be Acting Chief Executive Officer, CEO. Thank you.
But when we look at item number XIX, is it not Mr. Elikem Kotoko? It's indicated here as Acting Chief Executive. Okay, I got it. Table of his take notes. Page 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, yes.
32. It's a general observation I wish to bring to for your guidance. I'm a member of the House Committee. I see 32 capturing a meeting that was held by the House Committee on Saturday, 22nd November. And same meeting by the committee has been repeated on page 34. So my concern is we are correcting votes for Wednesday, 17th. However, if you look at what has been added as an attachment, the dates are 22nd November and 23rd November. It doesn't gel. It doesn't reflect of the vote. So maybe Speaker may have to direct that the table of issue.
Yes.
The harm has already been caused.
I agree with you. Table office reconcile the dates. 33, 34, 35, yes.
Speaker, 34, item 1, line 2. Alisa, after Alisa, we delete the word and insert hotel. Thank you.
We insert what?
Hotel, Alisa Hotel. In attempt to write hotel, hotel has been wrongly spelled inadvertently.
Well.
Thank you.
Very well. Table office take notes. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 17 December 2025, as corrected, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have 4 official reports for your consideration. First is the official report of Thursday, 4th December 2025 under correction. Honourable members, any corrections? In the absence of any correction, the official report of Thursday, 4th December 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, official reports of 10th December 2025. Honourable members, any correction? In the absence of any correction, the official report of Wednesday, 10th December 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Official report of 11th December 2025. Honourable members, for your correction. In the absence of any correction, the official report of Thursday, 11th December 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. The last is official report of 12th December 2025. Honourable members, any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official reports of Friday, 12th December 2025 is also adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, permit me to acknowledge the presence of Global Media Foundation, led by Adama Al-Hassan, Raphael Goodlove, Ahenu, leaders. They are from Sunyani East, the numbered 38. Then we have Church of Pentecost, Sakumano, led by Reverend Seth Amwakuhini Adai, leader. They are from Tema West, numbered 14. Then we have Shekinah Glory School, led by Emmanuel Lai, a teacher, and they are from Lejokuku, the numbered 29. Yes, any indication? Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, indeed yes. Speaker, may we seek your leave to take motion number 35 as advertised.
Yes.
Speaker, we are trying to align. We are trying to align. However, as the Chief Whip knows, we are heading towards the last days. So just to remind him that he should make sure all the matters that has to be dealt with have been dealt with, all the outstanding matters. And I see my good friend, the Honorable Kofi Adams, who is eager for his bill to be considered. Today he's smiling. Yesterday he was not smiling. Today I see him smiling. But where is the minister? The minister is not here. The deputy is equally not here. And this is supposed to be a very important bill. And it's third reading. It's not, first reading. This is third reading. We are ready to compromise, but tell us the reasons why even the deputy, because I saw him this morning. I saw Ampim this morning. For the record, tell us why Ampim is not here. Speaker, then we can compromise for him. He should tell the House something.
Speaker, they are tidying up for appropriation, which is in an hour's time, hopefully. And the deputy has also been detailed, Mr. Speaker, to see to the outstanding matters that he raised yesterday and just reminded me. So the absence is not in vain. It is to deal with the issues so that the House can be properly...
There is an indication that he is okay.
Okay. Yabuama says it's okay. Very well. So Mr. Speaker, sorry. Second consideration. Speaker didn't hear that one.
Item numbered 35. Motion, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the minister and his deputy are unavoidably not here. So may I seek your leave so that the Minister for Local Government will do this on his behalf?
Yes, the application is that the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs should remove the motion numbered 35. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yaobuama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you're on the third reading.
That is so.
Yeah. May I refer, Mr. Speaker, to Standing Order 171. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, yesterday I tabled my proposal to the head of table. But I've had further consultations with my leadership and also the chief whip. It was going to be on the budget of the central bank.
Yes, but at the end of the day, they are asking permission for a minister to move the motion.
Yeah.
The permission has not been granted.
Very well.
So why are you on order 171?
Mr. Speaker, I'll come back. If you are going proceeding, I'll come back.
Very well. Very well. So, Minority Chief Whip, the application is that Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs should...
He's friendly, not like others. So we will accede to that call.
Very well. Now, motion numbered 35 to be moved by Minister responsible for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for Minister for Finance. Yes, Patrick Yaobuama, I can hear you now.
Let me read Standing Order 171. That where a member intends to delete, amend, or introduce a provision in a bill which has passed through the consideration stage, the member may, immediately before a sponsor rises, to move the motion for the third reading of the bill, move that the bill passes through a second consideration, either wholly or in respect of a particular part or parts of the bill or some proposed new clause or new schedule. Mr. Speaker, I intended to move this application to have the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill go through a second consideration stage, Mr. Speaker. But I have had some consultation with my leadership and also the mover of the motion, who is a very diligent member of this House, not like the chief whip on the majority bench, my classmate from the law faculty. So, Mr. Speaker, with the way you've handled affairs so far, I'm going to withdraw my application. And thank you.
Very well. Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to move the motion, I thank the distinguished Honorable Patrick Yaobuama, who is very respected in this House, for this good thing that he has done. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so do.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I will put a question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 35 at page 16 of today's order paper say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Bank of Ghana Act 2002, Act 612, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and passed. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, may we take item number 9B? 9B. Want to lay 9B, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me use the same opportunity to pray that the minister and his deputy are unavoidably not here. So the minister for local government, religious, chieftaincy and religious affairs should do that on his behalf. Thank you.
Honourable member, the instruction is that the laying of the item 9B should wait and let them finish working on it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, may we then move to item number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have problem with motion number 10, but just that I'm surprised. The only opportunity my good friend Ahmed had to build relationship with the finance minister so that he can get releases, they have actually taken it off his mouth. Because if he had laid the appropriation bill on behalf of the finance minister would have known that the local government minister is doing his business. So for that matter, he will give him releases. Ahmed hasn't been giving any releases. He's suffering. And he's holding about 5 minutes. He's a ministries. He's a minister for local government, minister for chieftaincy, special initiative, religious affairs, and aviation. Only him, and yet nothing. If you go to local government ministry, you will see Ahmed because there's no money, no releases. All the major projects that was under him, no payment. Sanitation is with him. They are not paying the sanitation contractors, service providers, Zoom Lion and the rest. When you go, everywhere is dating now in Accra because Ahmed had no money. Now he wanted to just build a relationship with the finance minister. And now that one too is taken out of his mind. Ahmed, I feel for you. Probably maybe you should come back. You know, when I was first deputy majority whip, you were first deputy minority whip. At least we used to do two things together. But this suffering you are going through the ministry is so good. So please, majority chief whip, even if the finance minister is here and we are going to lay this, just let Ahmed lay it so that he can have relationship with the finance minister, then he can give him more releases. So Mr. Speaker, we can move on to motion number 10.
Speaker, that was a long introduction to a short story. So, Speaker, 10 is a report that has been long-standing. We want to get it off the way, then we can deal with sports, Mr. Speaker.
Item number 10. Motion, Chairman of the Committee.
Speaker, the chairman has also stepped out, so I want to seek your leave for the vice chair to present the report.
The application is that the vice chairman should present the report instead of the chairman.
We have no objection.
Vice chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. for the opportunity to move the motion captured as item number 10 of today's order paper at page 10, that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on agreement on privileges, immunities of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria 2011. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report. I call on the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read whilst I read out the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee has carefully considered the agreement and is of the view that, when ratified, will support government efforts in maintaining and strengthening Ghana's partnership with the Global Fund, which has played an essential role in improving Ghana's public health outcomes, reducing HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. 7.2. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and ratify agreement on privileges and immunities of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria in accordance with Article 75(2) of the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move ably. Report presented. It is for secondment.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to support the motion. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
So the motion has been seconded without comment. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable Habib, are you in to contribute?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just want to have a small bite on it because considering this is very important. The committee, the report on the Global Fund for fight on AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Mr. Speaker, malaria still stands as one of serious threats to people's life. Mr. Speaker, malaria is still a killer disease. Mr. Speaker, tuberculosis also have a lot of health consequences that affect many people that lead to organ problems, failures. And Mr. Speaker, HIV, recently when you listen to what the Health Service or Ministry of Health are saying with regards to HIV, it is very rampant now. Many a time when you go to many of the regions, you will see that people who are HIV are positive. It's on an increase that many people are now being tested positive on HIV in Ghana than before. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, it should be part of a requirement in every organization in Ghana. If they want to, either periodically or if you are to be given a job opportunity, you should be allowed to be tested. HIV should be part of the health screening so that we'll be able to know. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you are not tested and you know your status, you will not be able to handle or cure or look for solutions to it. So, Mr. Speaker, as much as I support this ratification, I want to just call on every organization, whether government or non-government organization, that it should be mandatory requirement, that if you are going to be engaged, either employment or whatsoever, HIV is testing should be part of it. And medication, in terms of when you are tested positive, it should be made, I think it's already free. If not, then it should be free everywhere so that members or people, patients, with regards to this can have access to. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion part of the committee, that the committee has carefully considered the agreement and is of the view that when ratified, will support government efforts in maintaining and strengthening Ghana partnership with the Global Fund, which has played an essential role in providing Ghana health outcome, reducing HIV. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that government is doing enough in reducing any HIV in the system. I think that government needs to do more government need to make a lot of resources available in the fight against HIV. Like I did indicate, Mr. Speaker, it's very terrible that you will be surprised that about 4 out of 10 Ghanaians will be testing positive. Now people are afraid. They don't even want to test. But it should be mandatory. Even if you are at a workplace, every year there must be a yearly medical review, and HIV/AIDS should be part of it. Tuberculosis should be part of it. Mr. Speaker, those of us from the north, it's still a problem. Malaria still remains #1 killer disease when you go up north. People underrate it, but it still kills a lot of people. We should be able to make the malaria antiviral drugs available, affordable, or if government can make it free for members so that we'll be able to fight malaria. Mr. Speaker, without much, I support the ratification of this report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank honourable members for speaking in favour of the ratification of the agreement for immunities and privileges for the Global Fund. The Global Fund currently is one of the last institutions standing that are supporting malaria and HIV in this country. And they have been doing this for many years. Doing this ratification will give them the needed morale that they have been looking for to continue to support this country. I'm told that so far they have supported us in excess of $900 million. And we are likely to get additional funding that will bring the total support to more than $1.1 billion. And so we really need to do this because it's been long overdue. And so I'm grateful that honourable members are supporting this cause. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the motion number 10 at page 10 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Consequential resolution number 11. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Deputy Minister for Finance. Oh, I know.
Speaker, I agree with my brother, because in his absence we sought your permission to ask the Minister for Local Government. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to seek your permission to allow the Deputy Minister to take motion number, resolution number 11, 11.1 and 11.2, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, progressive. You can move ahead and do it.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution number 11 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the resolution moved by the Deputy Minister.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of consequential resolution number 11 at page 10 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution number 10 at 11, resolution number 11 at page 10 of today's order paper is accordingly adopted. Yes. Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I wish that we would take motion number 27, Mr. Speaker. But before then, I pray that we take order paper addendum and lay a couple of papers before we go back to motion number 27 on our order paper, on the original order paper, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I have the support from my brother on the other side, specifically we are looking at items number 1, A, B, and C, and then items number 2, I, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's take, at commencement of public business, let's take item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum. Presentation and first reading. Yes?
Speaker, I gladly want to draw the attention of the Chief Whip that the plan is for us to be able to dispense of all the shadow business, as many as possible. Then we can reduce the volume of work. Then we can rise on time, so to speak. So I want to remind my colleague again, he should give me, or he should give us a plan, the movement plan. What are the priorities? Because he seems to be, a while ago he was on, the majority side, they are not paying attention to what I'm saying. Majority, will you listen? A while ago he was on the main order paper, then he drifted to the addendum paper, and I know he has an eye on the main order paper again. So whilst I'm not objecting to his application, he should do in whole the priority business, so that when we are finished with the laying of these items, we can move the lightning speed and get these items, because I'm aware the GMPC and then appropriation, there are directives that we have to hold on for a while. Those ones we can put them on ice. But the ones that we have to do, especially I see my senior, the sports minister's bill have to be taken. Let's get the priority business, and then we can move with the lighter speed.
Very well, you are right. Probably after laying this paper, we'll go full horse on the other businesses. Minister responsible for education, item numbered 1A, B, C on the order paper addendum. Honourable members, let's take all of them together.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Education is also unavoidably absent for now. So want to seek your leave to get the Minister for Sports to do so on his behalf, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
we will not object, but we must emphasize this point. If, I'm sure the printing of these order papers were not suddenly done. There was some form of communication, and the Minister for Education must have been informed. He is a dutiful member of Parliament, the minister, he comes. But you should be prepared to, because we will come under 97(3). If you are fully fortified to comply, then you can go ahead.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, don't threaten your brother.
Yeah, the minister was my senior. We attended the common secondary school, Bishop Herman. He was my senior at school. I respect him. I would never.
And he didn't punish you, so why are you trying to punish him?
Speaker, that one, you don't have it for a certain. I went through a number of treatment from his hands, but that's for another day. So we are not objecting. Are you ready to speak to the papers? If you are not ready, we
Minister for Youth and Sports, for Minister for Education, item number 1 on order paper addendum. A, B, and C together.
An act to amend the Simon Diodong Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019, Act 1001, to change the name of the university to the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies and to provide for related matters. An act to amend the C.K. Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences Act 2019, Act 1000, to change the name of the university to the University of Technology and Applied Sciences and to provide for related matters. An act to amend the Akintin Apia Menkan University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Act 2020, Act 1026, to change the name of the university to the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bills in item numbered 1A, B, and C on the order paper addendum page 1 are all duly presented and read for the first time. They are all together referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and reports. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may we take item number 2? The report. Let's lay them. Speaker, may we take item number 2 on the order paper addendum to lay the reports 2I.
Honorable member, I have just referred the matter to the Committee for consideration and reports. Therefore, immediately thereafter, we cannot be taking the reports. So let the committee get their reports ready, and I will do the needful.
Speaker, may I take you respectfully back to original order paper so that we'll take item number 8I, and II, Speaker, respectfully submitted before we can take motion number 27, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, item numbered 8. I, Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the determination of the agency of the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. I.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025.
Honourable members, report duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we take motion number 27 because the reports are ready. It's been floated onto the console. That's the electronic copy. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that we take motion number 27.
Yes.
Well, we can proceed.
Very well. Motion numbered 27. Minister for Sports and Recreation. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move that motion number 27 in today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Motion moved. I will therefore call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion
Honorable Chairman, we don't second a second reading. That's why I call upon you to present your committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the guidance. Mr. Chairman, your committee met on the Ghana Sports Fund bill to, first of all, determine the urgency of the bill. We spoke to the ministry and all the relevant stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge the Hansard Department to capture this very report as if same have been read in its entirety, whilst I take you to the conclusion of the report. Yeah, so upon fully determining the urgency of the bill, the committee realized that the underfunding challenges afflicting the sports sector and the limited time frame for the establishment of the fund to enable Ghana benefit from the various opportunities the 2026 World Cup tournament will provide in respect of attracting proceeds for the fund. There is no better time than now to take decisive action by passing the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 into law. The committee strongly believes that taking the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 under a certificate of urgency is justified, and we urge prompt consideration and passage of this critical legislation. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that given the wide stakeholder consultation undertaken prior to the formulation of the bill and having regard to the enormous benefits that will accrue with the expeditious passage of the bill, the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 be considered under a certificate of urgency to facilitate the operationalization of the fund for the benefit of Ghana. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report duly presented by the chairman of Youth and Sports Committee. It is now to be debated. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 127, a full debate shall arise on the principle of the bill on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the reports of the committee. Honourable members, the floor is now open. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the passage of the Ghana Sports Bill 2025. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to elucidate some of the important reasons why this House should support passage of this bill, which will eventually become the game changer in terms of sports development and also using sports as a very powerful socio-economic vehicle for the development of this nation. Mr. Speaker, we all know Ghana is a powerhouse when we talk about continental sports. Yet, years of underfunding, lack of investment is now bringing Ghana backwards. It is therefore important that this bill, which seeks to provide sustainable funding for the development of sports, as well as provide for sports to be used as a vehicle for the development of this country, to be supported. Mr. Speaker, as a result of lack of investment, we all saw the embarrassment Ghana suffered in 2024, when we got to a point that none of our national facilities in this country, Tamale, Kumasi, Takoradi, Accra, none was fit to host our Cup of Nations qualifiers. We had to run to our neighbors, Togo, for reprieve. They rejected us. It took last-minute maneuvering and diplomatic intervention to get CAF to grant us access to Accra Sports Stadium. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, preparing for the 2026 World Cup. Once again, funding is the most important challenge, militating against the forward march of the country. It is therefore important that as a country, once and for all, we have a mechanism to get sustainable funding. Over the years, sports funding has been on the central government, and we all know central government alone cannot do that. Mr. Speaker, when Get Fund was introduced, there were initial resistance, but today we know the role Get Fund is providing in terms of sustainable funding for education. When National Health Insurance Fund came in, we know the role the fund has played over the years. So, when we get sports bill passed and we get sustainable funded, there will be opportunity for all sectors, all corners of the country to get their fair share of the infrastructure development. Again, Mr. Speaker, over the years when we talk about sports, it is limited to development of football infrastructure. This is 1 in a million opportunity to get funding to develop all aspects of sports. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by using my beloved region, Bono Ahafo, as a case study. Bono being the epicenter of football in Ghana. In 1963, when we won the African Cup of Nations, the lives of Atta Kwame and others were there. Ajumambadu, once a pillar of the Black Stars. Kwasi Owusu, captain of Black Stars. Nana Ajumambadu, we can talk about Judge Atta. The first World Cup we won, under 17, the captain of the team, Alex Akapo, was from the region, the likes of Audu Isaka. The under 20 World Cup, we won the last kick by Ajumambadu from Sekwa. Bono has contributed so much to the development of this country, yet we cannot boast of the needed and modern infrastructure for the development. So once this bill is passed, it has sustainable funding, coupled with aggressive infrastructure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is pursuing in the area of sports. For our information, Mr. Speaker, this year, 2026, 3 modern stadia are going to be built, 2027 and 2028, additional 5. So, with the support of the bill, sustainable funding coming in, I'm very confident the Bono Regional Capital, Sunyane, will get a modern stadium that befits the status of the region as the epicenter of football in Ghana. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to this House for us to rally behind this bill and pass it as a matter of urgency. And Mr. Speaker, this is the golden opportunity as we prepare for the World Cup in USA, Canada, and Mexico. The corporate world has the appetite to contribute for the development of football and sports in general. And that platform will give us a huge leverage to market the Ghana Sports Act by then to the world, to attract people to invest into the fund for the development of sports. It is therefore important this bill is considered under certificate of emergency passed to put the bill into operation for the World Cup 2026. I so support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for indulging me.
Yes, Honorable Asafo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Committee on Youth and Sports to determine the agency of the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, it is clear that in this our country as we speak, when it comes to resources that are supposed to be used to fund our sporting activities, you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that we have a huge challenge. Right Honorable Speaker, let me bring your mind to even the Ghana Premier League as we speak. It is one of the most unattractive sporting activities even in Africa. The growing unattractiveness is because of lack of funding. Today, in this room, if we ask ourselves how many of us can mention about 6 football clubs that plays in the Ghana Premiership or Ghana Premier League, it is going to be very difficult for us to be able to mention 6 of them. This is because funding that is supposed to be available to be able to boost morale in terms of the Ghana Premier League is unavailable. It is on that basis that we believe that we need to pass this sports fund urgently so as to make resources available for our football fraternity. Right Honorable Speaker, secondly, it is important to note that as part of our considerations, we realize that we need to be able to support our sporting activities by identifying clear strategies to be able to bring some amount of money to the pool. In so doing, the committee realized that at every point in time when Ghana has an opportunity to be able to partake in competitions or tournaments like the World Cup, there are proceeds that are given to the state to be able to develop local sports. And so we realize that it is important that we direct fully all those resources that are given to the state to be able to support the sports fund. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the critical things that we also realized was that before now, advertisement for our local sports activities, and even sometimes international, was hugely done by beverage companies. As we speak, there has been guidelines from the Food and Drugs Authority which limits the capacity in terms of these beverage companies to be able to support our sporting activities. The committee realized that it is one of the huge reasons why our football, and if you like, our sporting activities is not doing well. And so we also realized that it is going to be one of the strategies to be able to bring some amount of resources to the sports fund. And so we believe that it is urgent for us to be able to pass this bill so that our football, our sporting activities would be able to do well the way we expect it to do well. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want to do some corrections at this level. It is rather the motion numbered 25. So the chairman was right in seconding the motion. We are now determining the agency or otherwise. Honorable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Then we move to the motion numbered 27, if the committee's report is ready.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I present the committee's report.
No, the motion must be moved by the sports minister again.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move that motion number 27 in today's order paper be taken now.
Honourable members, I say so because having determined the agency or otherwise, we don't need a procedural motion number 26. Chairman, you may now present the committee's report at second reading.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to present the committee's report on the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, I urge the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as if same have been read in its entirety. Whilst I take you to paragraph 7, observations and recommendations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following observations and recommendations during the deliberation. The committee agreed that the sports sector of the country faced underfunding challenges as a result of over-reliance on annual budgetary allocation to the ministry. This has occasioned the abandonment of some sporting disciplines, lack of sufficient funding for consistent participation in tournaments, inability to maintain and provide requisite infrastructure and welfare challenges, particularly for retired and injured athletes. The situation is further compounded by dwindling donations and financial assistance from the private sector due to the absence of a sustainable structure for the management of such funds. The committee, therefore, Mr. Speaker, considers the establishment of a dedicated fund as a laudable step to improve the development of sports in Ghana and enhance the nation's visibility on international sports platforms. Mr. Speaker, the committee also looked at the sources of funding, and the committee noted that the sources of money for the fund include monies approved by Parliament, proceeds derived from special sports lotteries, 10% of fees and charges accruing from the Gaming Commission of Ghana from sports betting companies, as well as percentage of proceeds from tournaments and bonuses for athletes. Again, Mr. Speaker, the committee observed, however, that apart from monies approved by Parliament and the 10% of fees and charges accruing to the Gaming Commission of Ghana, which may be considered major sustainable sources of money for the fund, other sources such as percentages of gate proceeds and bonuses did not guarantee sustainable earnings for the fund. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore welcomed the dedication of 10% of the total cost of advertisement by beverage-producing companies as a reliable source to attract significant financial inflows to the fund. Mr. Speaker, the review of guidelines on alcoholic beverage advertisement during the sports activities. The committee is of the considered view.
Chairman Hansard has captured it, so in conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee acknowledges the funding challenges in the sports sector of the country and the negative impact the situation has on sports development generally. It is necessary, therefore, that measures are instituted to address gaps in financing the sector to favorably position our country to tap into the expanding global sports revenue pool for the well-being of the Ghanaian populace. Having carefully examined the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the enactment of the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 in accordance with Article 106(1) of the Constitution 1992. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we may now fully debate on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the reports from the Youth and Sports Committee on the establishment of the Ghana Sports Fund. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that activities of gaming commission are largely through sports betting, and that previously gaming commission contributes nothing to sports. As a result, it is of the view of the committee that there should be resources from the gaming commission to support the development of sport, and that 10% of charges, fees and charges of gaming commission should be dedicated to the sports fund. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that funds have been established, but you may see situations where a larger chunk of the fund is used for administrative purposes. So the commission cautioned that in the establishment of this fund, a lot of the resources should be channeled towards sports-centered outcomes rather than operations of the fund. Mr. Speaker, another source of funds that the committee looked at was cost of beverages, advertisement of beverages. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that in order to operationalize this portion of the bill, FDA regulations that forbid advertisement of alcoholic beverages at sports arenas should be looked at, and that 10% of advertisement cost should also be dedicated to this fund. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call on this House to support this bill in order to provide the needed infrastructure, support to the welfare of athletes both now and in the future, and also generally to uplift the image of sports in the country. I therefore support the report of the committee and urge the House to pass the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Asafwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you once again for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Committee on Youth and Sport. Right Honorable Speaker, your committee met and we discussed the relevance of establishing a sports fund bill. And in so doing, we discussed the relevance of having this bill to be able to support our sporting activities. We identified a number of sources of fund because previously, before now, the sources of fund which are dedicated to our sporting activities has always been monies that are determined from the state to be given to the Ministry of Sport. It has always been the case that this House will approve a number, or if you like, some amount of monies to the Ministry of Sport, but unfortunately, even releases has been a problem. Last year, in the year under review, that is 2025, this House approved monies to the Ministry of Sport, but the committee realized that releases were not up to the point that we were expecting that the Ministry of Sports could have been able to get. And so we realized that the identification of these sources will be able to support our sporting activities as far as our sports is concerned. Key among them was the fact that proceeds that are derived from special sports lotteries should be one of the important sources of funds for the sports fund bill. We also realized that it is important to have 10% of revenue of tax derived by the Gaming Commission from sports betting companies. Right Honorable Speaker, your committee also identified that 5% of gate proceeds derived from sports activities could also be one of the major funds for sources of funds for the sports fund bill. One of the sources was also 3% of proceeds derived from the transfer of athletes within the country and Ghanaian athletes outside the country. We also identified 10% of proceeds derived from sports competitions and tournaments. But going forward, the committee also realized that it is important that because these are monies that are not from the state or from people from within, it is important that we give all those monies to the sports fund to be able to support them. Because in 2010, I remember when we went to the South African World Cup, the amount of money that came, you could realize that the state was so much interested in the monies that were given to the state for us to be able to develop local football. Unfortunately, those monies were not given to the sports ministry to be able to work. And so the committee realized that going forward, anytime that this country is able to participate in any tournament or competition, monies that are taken from these competitions should be fully given to the sports fund to be able to support our local sporting activities. We also identified monies that accrue to the fund from investment. Your committee also identified that grants, donations, gifts, and any other voluntary contributions that are made to the fund is also one of the most important sources of funds for the fund. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, it is clear that how we use to manage our sporting activities in this country in terms of funding has always not been the best. It is on that basis that your committee decided that we should enumerate these sources of funds into the bill so that going forward this House will approve for the betterments of our sporting activities in this country. With these few words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib.
Speaker, I thank you sincerely for giving me this opportunity. Speaker, I start by saying that the sports here in Ghana has a multi-dimensional problem. Speaker, it's multi-dimensional in character because at every angle, there is a certain problem we would have to deal with. Speaker, I am the president of the Ghana Weightlifting Federation. And I have had the opportunity, Speaker, of also studying in sports management at the master's level in the University of Ottawa. And Speaker, fortunately for me, my thesis was on the funding gap of sports in Ghana, and then the Ghana Olympics Committee was in perspective. Speaker, I was actually the Deputy Secretary General of the Ghana Olympics Committee, and so I speak with a lot of experience, Speaker. First of all, we are talking about the budget allocation. Speaker, the minister will tell you that the budget allocation is virtually non-existent because the amount of monies that is sent to the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for sports, Speaker, it is as if there is no money that has been sent. And Speaker, when the money is sent, in fact, when it is even allocated, the releases even become a problem. Speaker, beyond the releases, what happens is that in Ghana, there is a larger focus on one major sport to the total neglect of the other ones they call the lesser known sports. The minister, former minister of sports, is very much aware of what I'm talking about. There is a lot of attention on football. And Speaker, what happens to even football? All they do is to give the Ghanaian people broken hearts. Speaker, the amount of monies that is allocated to football and to the neglect of the other sports, Speaker, is sad. I organized through the Weightlifting Federation of Africa championship, a youth championship. Speaker, the Minister of Sports is here. They didn't give 1 cedi. The whole government of Ghana didn't get 1 cedi to sponsor that project. The Weightlifting Federation of Africa Youth Championship. But Speaker, let them say that they are going to play Munchendi behind Parliament.
What is Munchendi?
Munchendi is that you be on the five aside. You will see. Speaker, you will see the amount of monies that will be lifted to go and support football. It is critical, Speaker, to also look at the other aspect of sports that has become a problem. And Speaker, let us be advised as members of Parliament that sports should be non-partisan. Sports should be non-partisan. I won an election as the president of Ghana Weightlifting Federation. The moment power changed, Speaker, you had people coming after me to remove me from my position forcefully. It is same with even football. Speaker, when we are doing well with football, it is tied to a certain political party. And you ask yourself, Speaker, which football competition has one ever gone through to play just one game and to qualify for World Cup? It is a process. But in Ghana, when there is even change in power, politics is politicized. Speaker, let me deal with the issues of the funding. I have also heard from my colleagues that some funding is going to come from players who will be abroad, athletes who are going to come from abroad, but they are Ghanaian, diasporan athletes. Speaker, where are they going to get the money from? I have weightlifters who are from the diaspora. Speaker, I sometimes have to personally buy tickets for them to come and perform for Mother Ghana. And you are going to take money from them. Where are you going to take the money from? Speaker, the reality is that the reality with sports, Speaker, is that we need to be more careful how we deal with all of this. Speaker, I'll give you an example. Resource allocation, like I indicated. Now, when you come to infrastructure, Speaker, the Minister of Sports will tell you, he is doing his best, whatever he is doing. Infrastructure, for even the sporting activities, they are virtually non-existent. So as I stand here today, we are in Angola for games, the youth games. Weightlifting has to be the one to export our weightlifting equipment to Angola to help them to have that competition in Angola. What it means is that if Ghana can support our athletes, can support our sports, and can bring money to Ghana for our sporting activities, we will be the beneficiaries of whatever victories they come with. But Speaker, what are we seeing? The usual things we see is that, oh, this person is in power. This person is not a product of this party. So we are going to frustrate him more. How do we even get monies which will be constant, which will be stable, which will be properly mapped out for the training of talents? Speaker, that is virtually non-existent. I have seen that it is giving us a list of sources. And Speaker, with your permission, let me just read. It says that sources of funding, and it gives that proceeds derived from special sports lotteries. Speaker, are we looking at betting? Is that also a way to redirect the betting tax? Are we being real with this? If it is betting tax, we should say, it says 10% of fees and charges accruing from gaming commission. And then it goes on to even say that from sports betting companies. Speaker, the value is just the same. Speaker, it also goes on to say that percentages from tournaments and bonuses from athletes. How? This is not a reliable way of generating funds for our athletes. Speaker, if you go to Accra Sports Stadium and they are playing a game, even Kotoko and us, and the fees that are taken at the gates is beyond 100 cities. Speaker, you may have the park, you may have an empty park. And even the structures from which they even collect the money. Speaker, people end up pocketing those monies. And the tickets, there are tickets that they call them what? There are tickets that when they are produced and they are supposed to be accounted for, Speaker, by the end of the day, you have those tickets accounted for. We should find a more upgraded way, have proper structures, use proper computerized forms. Let us take respectfully human beings from running sports stadia. The National Sports Authority is virtually moribund. What they do is that they give the sports stadium for entertainment activities. I've had one that is going to be 21st. And that is going to happen. They will end up messing up the place and come and take money to say that they are going to refix the place. Speaker, I believe that we should move away from weaker policies and look at reliable sources of funding. You cannot come and say that an athlete or a footballer should go and struggle and bring you his money or the bonus that he or she has had to come and what? Contribute towards sports development. Speaker, I'm happy. I'm happy. Speaker, with all this said, like my chief whip is asking me to conclude, I conclude praying that we will re-look at all of this and see the best way to develop our sports. And it should be developed from an angle of a non-partisan basis. We don't have an NDC Black Star, neither do we have an MPP Black Star. Speaker, with this, I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Honourable members, I intend to put a question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, leadership, if we can yield to the former sports minister, just the immediate past sports
Honourable Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also make comment on the Committee on Youth and Sports for the establishment of the Ghana Sports Fund. Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenge for the sports sector is funding. And the reason why it's so is that at the sports ministry or the sports sector, we have various federations. These federations, they are more than, when I was there, they were more than 50. And all these federations have their national assignments that they do, that they are national competitions. So, for example, apart from the well-known federation like the Ghana Football Association, the Boxing Authority and the Boxing Association, the Swimming Association, or the Aquatic, or the Ghana Weightlifting, yes. We have other association or federation called Fencing, and all these associations have national teams. And these national teams, anytime they have national games, they have to prepare themselves very well so that they can compete and get medals. Apart from these national games, they also have international assignments. And in the international assignments, mostly they have to prepare so that when they go to the international level, they'll be able to represent us very well and lift our flag, because anytime they are representing Ghana, they are going to represent our flag. And that is why when they are going to go, it is important that they prepare very well. And this all boils down to money. And because of lack of resources, most ministers, and I know my senior Honorable Ayaraga has been at the sports ministry before, who mostly rely on only football. And even when it comes to football, it's only the blaster that you normally will get funding for. Because even within the football ecosystem, you have the junior under-17 national team, you have under-20 national team, you have under-23 national team, and you have the senior national team, both male and female. And even the local blaster. And all of these teams have to compete internationally. And anytime they are going to compete, there is huge challenge with funding. And because of that, it's important. When I was there as a sector minister, I initiated this process that my successor is working working on it for us to be able to establish it. And that's why I support this, the call that we should establish this sports fund. I took a trip to Morocco in the processes of making sure that we bring this sports fund. And the sports lotteries was one of the areas, the good initiative that the Moroccan government, and that's why Morocco is now doing very well. They've established sports lotteries, and it's a specialized lotteries that is established to ensure that the proceeds that comes from this lottery for the sports is used not only for football, but all other federations. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure that when this sports fund is passed, and we manage it judiciously, our national teams from all the federation will start doing well. Mr. Speaker, apart from even participating in international team, we have challenges to do with facilities, infrastructure. Most of these federations find it very difficult to even have equipment, not to talk of even facilities. And we only have to leverage on the African Games we hosted last year to ensure that we got most of this equipment for these national teams. And that is why now we can see that most of them are now even performing, because now they have equipment to be able to do what? To be able to train with those equipment and be able to represent us very well. Mr. Speaker, the sources of funding indicated in the report, apart from the budgetary allocation, which we all know in this country that when it comes to budgetary allocation, even the releases is a problem. The most reliable one that I can say is the sports lotteries, and I want to appeal to the minister to ensure that they work very well with, he works very well with the National Sports Lotteries Authority, so that the establishment, they find an innovative way of making sure that there is a lot of proceeds that will be coming through that channel. Aside that, you can't rely on the players' proceeds. You can't, because like Honorable Jerry Ahmed said, most of these international athletes in the various countries still rely on Ghana, even for them for their preparation. They still will write or call you, even when they are professional, for Ghana to sponsor them to be able to come, because some of them are students whilst representing us. So it's very difficult. Apart from the footballers, the rest is very difficult to get money. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this initiative and wish my successor very well in the process of getting this sports fund come into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 is accordingly read a second time.
An act to establish the Ghana Sports Fund to provide sustainable funding for sports development in the country and sports for development, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 is accordingly read a second time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we take item number 9B on the original order paper, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me further pray that the finance minister is unavoidably he and the deputy. So, want to pray that we take the minister responsible for education should do this on his behalf, Mr. Speaker. Yes, appropriation. Camilo.
Honourable members, item numbered 9B.
Sorry. An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2026 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the appropriation number 2 bill 2025 is duly read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee, referred to the Budget Committee for consideration and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, want to take item number 23, motion number 23 was advertised in the original order paper. So when we get that off the way, then we can, the Vice Chair, Mr. Speaker, he has signal. Speaker, I pray that we defer this and take item number 1 and 2 on the order paper, then 2. We want to lay that bill, and then we'll take item number 2 on the order paper, addendum 2.
Honourable members, at commencement of public business. Presentation of papers, item 1 on order paper, addendum 2.
Speaker, I pray that in the absence of the finance minister, the minister responsible for education should do this on his behalf.
Honourable members, the application is that the paper should be presented by the minister responsible for education.
Speaker, we are not opposed.
Minister responsible for education, have the floor.
An act to establish the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority to encourage, promote, facilitate and regulate investments into and within Ghana, to provide for the creation of an incentive framework and a transparent, predictable and facilitating environment for investment in Ghana, to facilitate investments outside Ghana by Ghanaian investors in Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, paper duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Honourable members, Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I pray that the GIPC bill you referred, if you have no objection and leadership will accept same. Mr. Speaker, if you can add the leadership of the Trade and Industry Committee to support the GIPC. Thank you.
Very well, I'll ask that the leadership of the Trade Committee join the Budget Committee. Chairman of the committee. Is the chairman of the committee around? Yes. Honourable members, clause 1. Clause 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Sports Fund.
Members, we are at consideration stage. All other honourable members standing up should resume their seat. Humbly, please resume your seat. particularly those who are turning their back against the maize. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, no advertised amendment to clause 1. It is for your consideration. Any proposed amendments? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Objects of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 2? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Sources of monies for the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Clause 3, paragraph J. Delete and insert the following. J. 10% of the total cost of the advertisement of beverages. As so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 1 in the absence of any further amendment. Entire clause 3 in the absence of any further amendment. As many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Bank account of the fund.
Chairman of the committee. Members, I am to do a reverse gear to consider clause 3. So I'm back at clause 3.
Mr. Speaker, clause 3 with your leave, and I see the sponsor of the bill, the Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, a popular way of raising revenue for sports and recreation development. So first of all, I want to appeal the Chairman and Minister, wherever you have sports, if you don't have objection, it should be sports and recreation. That is now the new nomenclature. It's not just sports, sports and recreation development, but it's subject to. But Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add that part of the source of funds should be sports memorabilia, the sale of it, the sale of sports memorabilia. If they have no objection, they should just add it on. For instance, the Honourable Minister for Sports, if you print out Black Stars 2026, the JC, and you spend $10 sports memorabilia, just the sale of it can be a huge source of funding for you. Is to get somebody where you negotiate and sell the franchise to that person. So you print Ghana at World Cup 2026. If you do $10 and you sell for $15, less overhead, it can generate some money for the fund. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So, Honourable Minister for Education, what is your rendition?
Mr. Speaker, add a new sub-clause, sale and returns from sports memorabilia. Thank you.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Then I'll put a question on the entire clause 3. As many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill as amended, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 3 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Bank account of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the bank account of the fund? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Governing body of the fund. Application of monies of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5, with your indulgence, 5A, promote the development of infrastructure required for the training of athletes. Now, when you say athletes...
Honorable Member, let's take the chairman's amendment. If there is no amendment to clause 5, then I will give you the floor to propose your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Now I can hear you.
The Speaker is strict to his procedure and rules. Appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I'm just asking for a wider athletes. In everyday language, athletes will refer to those doing tracks. And that's why I say I want an explanation. When you say athletes, training of athletes, it can be narrowed. When you are developing infrastructure required for the training of athletes, organization of tournament, and participation in sports. Participation in sports what? Just an explanation from the sponsor or the chairman. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, athletes rather encompasses all for so when you go to 33 under interpretation, you have athlete means an individual who participates in sports. So every sport.
Mr. Speaker, still on clause 5, with your leave, I've been discussing with the minister for...
Is the earlier proposed amendment abandoned?
Abandoned.
Thank you very much.
After his explanation. But Mr. Speaker, still on 5, application of monies of the fund, I just want him to include schools and colleges sports. Schools and colleges sports. Part of his money must be used for that because I'm in discussion with him for us to revive schools and colleges sports. So, see, grassroots school sports. So school, you won't add colleges. Or he himself calls it schools and colleges sports. Schools, okay, it's fine. Schools and, I want specific, schools and colleges sports. He knows myself and him are launching it. I even engage him to look for corporate sponsorship for it, Mr.
And
Speaker.
there was
Thank
a question whether colleges are not schools. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want some clarification. On clause 5A, it says promote the development. Does that mean that the fund itself cannot also decide to develop infrastructure? So I think that promotion should be different and also development of infrastructure should also be added. Because we should get to a point that the fund should be able to raise and develop its own infrastructure for the training. So not just the promotion, but at least development of infrastructure itself. I don't know the take of the minister on it. Thank you.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House. Is there really a difference? Honourable member, is there really a difference?
Yes, please, there's a difference.
Promote development and
promotion
develop.
has got to do with advocacy, and actual development has got to do with in the doing it yourself. So there are two twists to it. Unless the understanding is that it is both advocating and also develop. If that is the understanding. then
my brother, if you are building an astroturf in your constituency, and it is classified as promotion and development of sports,
yes.
If they say you are developing sports, you are promoting, is there really a difference?
Mr. Speaker, the key here is development of infrastructure required.
Yes, that is why I use the AstroTurf as an example.
But Mr. Speaker, if the understanding is that it's not just the advocacy, but it's also the actual development, then I'm okay. At least it goes into the records that it's not just the promotion, but the development of it.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, maybe we should say promote or develop infrastructure required for the training of athletes, organization of tournaments, and participation in sports. Promote or develop infrastructure required for the training of athletes. Because promotion could just be, like he said, what we did yesterday by passing the Kumasi Expressway, where Ghana Infrastructure Fund sets up a special purpose vehicle. It may not have the money itself, but then can go and look for money and then develop it and then recover the investments. That is more like promoting infrastructure development.
So
but then also
then we should use the conjunctive words rather than disjunctive.
So promote and
yes. If the understanding is that the promotion is different from the actual act, then should be a disjunctive but not conjunctive.
Mr. Speaker, alternatively, we can leave the rendition this way with the understanding that if there's ever a need for interpretation, when they come and consult the Hansard, they will be clear that we wanted to also indicate that the fund could actually directly develop the infrastructure.
Yes,
and not
because
just
it should
promote.
be possible for the fund to promote and at the same time develop. They can do the two together.
So, Mr. Speaker, we could render it as promote.
Very well.
Promote and develop.
I intend to refer this to the draft person to tidy it up. So, can I put a question on clause 5? As many as are in favor of clause 5. Very well. So I'll put a question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Then the question on the entire clause 5. All those in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Governing body of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, you see that talks about the governing body of the fund. And the people who are supposed to consist of the board or the governing body are listed. Speaker, in Ghana, apart from the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the major institution that deals with sports, which is apolitical, is the Ghana Olympics Committee. Speaker, they are not represented here. And if you are looking at administration of sports funds, they deal with a lot of funding issues. And all federations are under the Ghana Olympics Committee. So, Speaker, I would propose that we should consider, maybe after H, have the president or the Secretary General of the Ghana Olympic Committee as a member of this board, or as a member of this governing board, Speaker. I so propose, Speaker.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Honorable Chairman, what do you say to this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we considered this particular proposal at the committee level, but we were of the view that the composition of the governing board will be too much. And so we decided to limit it to this number. We don't want to make the governing board so much or so many to extend that it may become problematic at decision-making level. That's why we omitted the Ghana Olympics Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is Ghana Olympics Committee a juristic person? The Ghana Olympics Committee, is he a juristic person? Is he a registered entity?
Yes, Speaker. They are a registered entity. And it actually comes in as a non-governmental organization. But, Speaker, they are running all the federations. Yes, it's registered. They are running all the federations, Speaker, all the federations. But you have here representative each from the ministries, not below the rank of a director, nominated by the respective ministers. The minister responsible for local government. And then you come to minister responsible for finance. Meanwhile, the sole authority that is apolitical, that runs sports, which is an umbrella that all federations are under it, is not captured. And Speaker, there are two major positions, either the chief executive officer.
Yes, so you have made your point. What I want to know is whether or not it is a registered entity or not a registered entity. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sports, athletics, they have so many associations. Sometimes there is a battle over recognition of which association is legitimate, which one is not legitimate. Mr. Speaker, if you venture into the world of identifying associations and seeking to provide seats for the associations in the governing board, we will not finish today. So, Mr. Speaker, it is safer. No, Mr. Speaker, it is safer at this stage not to be contentious, to leave the governing board to be state-based, Because, you see, for instance, as we speak, do you know that GFA and its monies are not within the purview of the control of the state? Because FIFA doesn't recognize governments when it comes to football matters. Yesterday, I had a heated debate with somebody. So, when the money comes from a World Cup tournament, I said, World Cup tournament money is not government of Ghana money. If GFA gives some of it to government for projects, that is understandable. But strictly speaking, so there's a world of separation
that the various athletics and sports associations want to establish between them and government. They don't want the commingling because they don't want governmental control and interference. So it is safer to keep them out. We raise the money and then we decide how we spend the money. So I think it is safer. Let's keep it the way that it is structured. Otherwise, each and every one of them will now come and start fighting that they must have a seat. And that will create a problem. Let's establish. As we go on, then we see how it goes.
Yes.
Speaker, I normally will agree with leader, but I think that we are not getting this clearly. Speaker, the Ghana Olympics Committee is also known as the National Olympic Committee. In every country, the National Olympic Committee is part of the governing body of any sports fund. Why am I saying so? Because they also receive some funding from other sources, including the Olympics Committee, including Commonwealth. So that whoever the sports administrator, the sports fund administrator is, will not go giving money to a federation or an association suo without clearance from the Ghana Olympic Committee. Speaker, the Ghana Olympic Committee is the umbrella under which all the federations come through. This is why you also have to even bring them there. Because if, leader, for instance, the argument is that there are federations, and these federations, the moment we put the Ghana Olympic Committee, federations will start springing up. That is actually going to stop the federations from springing up. Because you can't say we have Ghana Weightlifting Federation and Ghana Weightlifting Association. It is the Ghana Olympic Committee that will only make that determination, not even Ministry of Sports. Because they have the powers to do so. So, if the president, who is elected, or the secretary general, who is elected by all the federation members, be a representative or the board where monies will be given out, Speaker, it is actually a better representation to check all the problems that you may face if they are not there. Speaker, I finally submit.
Yes, Minister for Sports and Recreation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, ordinarily we would have considered this as just an addition, but it is not just an addition. Like the chairman of the committee said, in the initial consideration, the draft, we had them in, but in the course of the process, it became necessary and expedient to take them out. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the regulation that we developed for the Sports Regulation 2023, the LI 2477. It made provision for Ghana Olympics Committee, and we also have National Paralympic Committee. Immediately, you begin to travel that journey, like the leader of the House indicated. You will see the NPC also begin to demand. Then you see other groups start demanding. We wanted to avoid such a situation that they stay out of the fund, run the federations in an organized manner. You have the fund that is managed and it goes in there to support them. The National Sports Authority, which superintends over all these groups, is captured in the membership of the governing board. And we think that the way it is, it serves us that purpose. So I think we should keep it this way. As we move on, we can begin to think about future additions. But for now, I beg my Deputy Whip to let us keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is on some clarifications. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the governing body, each of them have been indicated where they are coming from or who is appointing them.
Honorable Member, are you talking about inclusion of National Olympics Committee?
No.
Or you are talking
I think
about?
my chief
So I indicated that at consideration stage, when an issue is being considered, until you conclude that, you don't bring another one.
Mr. Speaker, but he made an indication that he's here. That's why. Thank you.
Yes. So, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, do you still stick by your...
Speaker, I do.
Very well. Honorable members, I'll have to put the question on Honorable Jerry Ahmed's amendment. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. I'll put a question again. All those in favor of Jerry's amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the noes have it. The amendment is not carried. Honourable members, yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wanted clarification on the governing body, particularly A and B, the chairperson and the administrator. If you take a look at the rest, each of them have been indicated who appoints them. But in this case, it's not clear who will be appointing the chairman or the administrator, or whether they will elect them all. So I just wanted the clarification. And whether the administrator, just like the NSA, would be an NSA professional or something. I just want that clarification because it's not too clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you are right regarding the chairperson, but regarding the administrator, it's an institutional representation. So whoever is the administrator is automatically a member here. So we can tidy it up when we come to clause 6(2) by saying that the chairperson and other members shall be appointed by the president in accordance with Article.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, let's look at G. A representative of retired professional athletes nominated by the minister. Do we have the Retired Athletes Association? And if so, why is the minister going to do the nomination for them? Or the minister is just going to nominate a retired professional athlete? Yes, Minister.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to clarify this point. We do have retired athletes for various sports. The footballers have years. You have some boxers who have put themselves together. For various sports we have. And because we may not want to just limit it to one, we need to weigh. So the minister will have the opportunity of balancing and seeing what to exactly go for at what time to satisfy that provision.
So the rendition should be a retired professional athlete nominated by the minister.
I think we will adapt that, Mr. Speaker.
I'll put a question on that proposed amendment. As many as are in favor of that proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 6(2). The president shall, in accordance with Article 70 of the Constitution, appoint the members of the board. So, who then, how is the chairman going to be appointed?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think you proposed something earlier.
So the president shall, in accordance with Article 70 of the Constitution, appoint the chairperson and other members of the board. Does that capture?
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. All those in favor, say aye. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I put a question on the entire clause 6. As many as are in favor of clause 6 as variously amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. As many as are in favor of clause 6, variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Functions of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of the clause 7 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Duties and liabilities of members of the board.
It appears members are not paying attention to the exercise that we are doing. Most of the members are talking on the background rather than concentrating on what we are doing. Honourable members, it's not the best. Our core function is to make law. Therefore, in the law-making process, we should be seen to be participating, but not to be doing side conversation. Clause 8.
Duties and liabilities of members of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Tenure of office of members of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Meetings of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, these are standard provisions in most of the bills. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Establishment of committees.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Allowances.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Policy directives.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Secretariat of the Fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 15? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Appointment of administrator.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 16 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable member, you cannot turn your back completely to the maize. Clause 17.
Functions of the administrator.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Appointment of deputy administrator.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 18? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Functions of the deputy administrator.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 19 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Secretary to the board.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 20? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Appointment of other staff.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 21? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 21 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 21 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Internal audit unit.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
honourable members, this is a standard provision. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 22 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Expenses of the fund.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment, Mr.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendments, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 23 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Exemption.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 24? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 24, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Accounts and audit.
Chairman of the committee,
No advertised amendment.
it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 25 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Annual reports and other reports.
Chairman of the committee, clause 26.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Beneficiaries of the fund.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, please indulge me to take us back to clause 3, subclause E, I, and II. Mr. Speaker, clause 3 deals with the sources of monies for the fund. Sources of monies for the fund. The E talks about 3% of proceeds derived from the transfer of athletes within the country to sporting clubs in or outside the country. And II, Ghanaian athletes outside the country. Question is, the use of the word proceeds. What exactly do we mean by saying 3% of proceeds? Mr. Speaker, by law, any Ghanaian who earns an income is required to pay tax. When we say proceeds, are we referring to that income that athlete has earned as a result of that contract that has been executed for him to be engaged in a sporting activity for a particular club, be it in Ghana or outside Ghana? Or we are saying that being a Ghanaian, there is a certain mandatory fee that would have to accrue to a state agency, of which 3% will be deducted. Mr. Speaker, I say so because reading the memorandum accompanying the bill, there seemed to be no mention of the source of this 3E, I and II. And as much as possible, I do not think that we have to pass a law that we ourselves may not have clarity to it. And when we do that, we create problem for our courts, because the source document to guide them in interpretation becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because I have done a case at the Supreme Court where, when it got to a critical point, the court had to order for Hansard, and it was Hansard that guided them. In fact, they now had to go through the debates on the floor, and through the debates, reading the official report. Let me use proper parliamentary language. By going through the official report and the various contributions, they were able to get a sense of the House, and that was a key guide in interpreting the very matter that I had gone to court with. And yes, I've seen a facilitator entering the chamber. Mr. Speaker, at least for the records, Mr. Jetro, as a deputy clerk then, played a key role because they needed Hansard of Parliament within an hour. And I remember chasing him to get those documents.
Honorable Member Jetro is a clerk of Parliament.
No, as he then was deputy.
As he then was, he was a deputy clerk of Parliament.
That is so.
He has never been referred to as a facilitator.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, get the context.
For the record.
No, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that as a council, when the order came, he facilitated the procurement of the Hansard.
I didn't understand it that way. You just say the facilitator.
No. I'm saying
he facilitated
Very
because
well.
we had only
So
1
you
hour.
want to understand whether the proceed is the income transfer or not?
That is so. Then, based on that, I can come back
Yes,
to the
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and let me thank the Minority Leader for bringing this matter up. Transfer proceeds are one-time payments. These are not the weekly or monthly earnings of an athlete. And the laws are very clear and the records are available and verifiable. And already there's a system, Speaker, in place where the mother club benefits from the transfer proceeds. Even the FA also benefits a certain percentage. Indeed, per FIFA indication, future transfers would also bring about some benefits to even the mother club. They want to even develop a system where they can trace to the amateur club where the person began. So when we talked about transfer proceeds, we are referring to the one-time payment, which is so properly arranged, and there are beneficiary agencies or angles. It's not the every week earnings of an athlete or the every month earnings of an athlete.
Yes,
Speaker, with respect.
the explanation, let's take the proposed amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
bear with me. They've come under certificate of urgency.
Yes.
Per the report of the committee.
Yes.
So we should understand that all of us here are being rushed. So we need to patiently interrogate the issues.
I have the patience for you,
Yeah,
and
so
I thank God for that.
Very well. So,
But
Mr.
you place on record that with the explanation, you will come out with an amendment. And I'm reminding you that this is the explanation. What is the amendment?
Yes. So
Yes.
let me proceed with Mr. Speaker. With respect, the minister, in responding to my issue, raised two very important matters. One, the loose agreement that exists where certain deductions are made. Those agreements do not have legislative backing. So it could be a contractual agreement where, to the extent that the person has appended the signature.
Honorable Minority Leader, what you are doing is never done at the consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, can I proceed? What you are doing now, Mr. Speaker, we are doing now, per what the minister is proposing, is to legislate. Even if it is a one-time earning, you cannot use a legislation to make a deduction. Be it a one-time earning, the person is obliged under law to pay a tax on it. It's an earning, even if it is one time. An income tax is chargeable on sale. You cannot say that because per some other arrangement at the FA level or the club level, you want to take advantage to now legislate that a person's earning must also be charged. So therefore, there must be a percentage that must be deducted as source for same to become part of the sources of monies for the fund. I think that it is an overreach, since there is already a statutory obligation
If you go to GRA, this house has enacted a law that requires a person to pay. And it's even constitutional, not only statutory, it is the constitutional provision that gives Parliament the only body with a mandate to enact laws for the purpose of taxation. But what you are doing is not using this law to tax. And you are not talking about taxation, you are talking about proceeds. Mr. Speaker, having laid the foundation sufficiently on this, I beg to move therefore. At least to the best of my knowledge, I've not said that you have agreed with me. I believe that I have made my case sufficiently on this matter, and I've raised the constitutional issue to say that by law governing this country, you can only tax a person once. You cannot tax and go around again and use another legislation to say that pay
so
this.
Minority Leader, what is the proposed amendment?
Therefore,
that is why I'm telling you that what you are doing is not done
Mr.
at
Speaker,
consideration
I
stage.
have laid the foundation and the explanation to what I want to do. Therefore, I move this house that clause 3, subclause E, be deleted in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, I'll put a question on the amendment proposed by the Minority Leader. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The amendment is not carried. Now clause 27.
Mr. Speaker, I know yourself, you are a football enthusiast, and I know you have a local team back in your constituency. It is not everything that the Minority Leader has said in respect of E which is out of place. Mr. Speaker, maybe we should say 3% of net proceeds. 3% of net proceeds. Let's qualify it. No, you lost. Mr. Speaker, 3% of net proceeds, because from the gross, when there is transfer, you have to make a deduction to GFA, you have to make a deduction to...
Very well, all those in favor of 3% of net proceeds, say aye. I'm putting the question. Why do you have a counter amendment?
I need to add my voice. Mr. Speaker, this posture, I beg, if you don't want us to contribute, let... Speaker, if they want to pass their bill, rush it, then let it be so. Because as if when you... No,
Honorable members, is using the word attitude, but I believe the whole world is watching my attitude and as well as the attitude of the Minority Leader.
No problem.
So don't be worried if Minority Leader is using the word attitude. The judges are out there.
No problem. I think so. Mr. Speaker, I agree. They are judging all of us. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Harun Idrisu, the Minister of Education, has a proposal for consideration. It is my view that to the extent that that earning is taxable, this House cannot legislate.
Honorable Minority Leader, the rules are clear. You do not raise an issue that has been determined by the House.
No, but he has
that
raised...
forms the basis of your argument, and the House has taken a decision on it. So, with all due respect, kindly resume your seat. Let me put a question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the Minister for Education to make it net proceed, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried in clause 3. Honourable members, let's come back to clause 27. Clause 27.
Beneficiaries of the fund
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, clause 27. Yes, clause 27. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Application to the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against, yes. Honourable Ramadan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a proposed amendment for 28.3. The rendition, the administrator shall, within 10 days. The 10 days will then now include even weekends and holidays. So if we can qualify it and say 10 working days, so that we can.
Honourable members, the Interpretation Act is clear. If it is 10 days and it is 10 working days, we know what it means. I'll put a question on clause 28. As many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Disbursement of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 29 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Review of decision.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 30 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've been on my feet for more than 7 minutes. Mr. Speaker, we come into this chamber to respect the chair. We don't come here to disrespect the chair.
But Honourable Minority Leader, you don't insult the chair and create the impression that you are respecting
Mr.
the
Speaker,
chair.
nobody has insulted you. In all humility, nobody has insulted you. And if I have so done, I would readily apologize to you. I will not insult you. You are my senior brother, I won't do that. Mr. Speaker, there is a growing trend in this chamber. It is us in the minority who will speak about it. Bills are brought. We are hurried and rushed. We are told that this thing is being done under certificate of urgency. Yesterday, when it was introduced, we raised a concern. The committee has done a report. I am the leader of my side. This is the first time I am seeing this. When I was majority leader, at least the practice then was that ministers would give the bills to leaders to peruse even before their table. Ask Honorable Kofi Adams. We have a very good working relationship. Ask him whether he has ferried this bill, at least to me. I am seeing it the first time. I have issues. When you are making a point and you are being rushed, Honorable Harun Edrusa has been a leader before. We work together. He knows. Let us be sometimes very fair. Honorable Kofi Adams, he knows me. You have an important bill. You don't engage. You come in and then you say certificate of urgency. We want to interrogate issues, and as if you want to obstruct government business, you want to frustrate it. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't work. And I will say it. I will never disrespect you. But what we are doing in this chamber does not help the cause of democracy. What is the rush? Where are you rushing to? What is the urgency? If the minister knows that this thing is urgent, all this while, So why do you come within 24 hours, you say, because a lot of changes were done at Winnowing, it is presumed that nothing can be raised? Mr. Speaker, no. No. The matter I raised, Mr. Speaker, with respect, if you want to stop me, I would put off my mic and sit down. I won't challenge you.
Yes.
You want to stop me?
Yes.
Very well.
Yes. Honorable members, we are all human beings. We have done up to clause 20 something. You know the rules. If a question is put on a clause, though a consideration, the rules are relaxed. You came and you took me back from clause 20 something to clause 3. And when you took me to clause 3, magnanimously, I allow you, bending all the rules in your favor. Now, what we do at consideration stage is you look at the provision. If you disagree, you propose an amendment. But you came saying you are seeking for a clarity. The minister should clarify for you. The minister has clarified. You have rightly indicated that based on the clarification, you want to propose an amendment. Instead of proposing an amendment, you engage in an argument. Honorable members, then you are saying, I am putting up an attitude. I took offense from the use of the word attitude. And I think I have not done anything negative towards you. And indulging you to take me from clause 20 something to clause 3, is that the attitude that I have shown to you? And you claim to be showing me a respect? I don't consider that to be a respect. I don't consider that to be a respect to the chair. You cannot be insulting me in disguise and claim you are respecting me. It is not done anywhere. That is why I place on record that Ghanaians should look at my attitude as well as your attitude in this chamber. And you can come into a conclusion. Yes, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, from what you've just said, the impression I gather is that the use of the word attitude referring to the general trend in how things are rushed in this chamber was as though it was directed at you personally. That was not the intent. If in the construction it came across as such, then I redress it. Because you are the presiding officer. My duty is to protect you by showing you respect.
We add an apology to it.
Very well. That would help. Mr. Speaker, if that impression was created, then please find a place in your heart to let it go.
Thank you very much.
However, Mr. Speaker, I believe that you got the trust of my submission to the effect that as parliamentarians, we need sufficient time to peruse matters. Mr. Speaker, as recent as last 2 weeks, my eyes were open to this AI technology that is taking over matters. And whereas in other parliaments they have access to this technology to aid them, we don't have it. So I would want to also appeal through the chair to my colleagues opposite me that the approach in handling government business should be said that it should offer all of us the opportunity to peruse matters properly so that we don't get a backlash, or so that when we make laws, we pass laws, it gets out there to stand the test of time. This particular situation where The bill was referred yesterday, certificate of urgency, and then we are rushing it through. Mr. Speaker, it's quite problematic. I just want to register that consent. I rest my case.
Well, honorable members, this whole thing started yesterday when the minister indicated that he wants the bill to be considered under certificate of urgency. Then the indication was that the minister doesn't have a right to say so. And I have to refer the House to Standing Order 160 as well as Article 106, that it is pursuant to that indication that I can refer the bill to the committee to consider the urgency or otherwise of the bill. The committee is made up of members from both sides. The committee brought a unanimous report, and everybody that spoke to the determination of the agency or otherwise were all in favor of the bill being taken under a certificate of urgency. I put a question on the motion number 25. The motion was carried by the House. It was after that I moved the bill to a consideration stage. Now, when the bill was being withdrawn yesterday, the explanation was that the committee met, considered the bill, proffer amendment. The amendments were a lot. Therefore, they refer the matter back to the Aegis Department to integrate the amendments of the committee into the bill. So they were withdrawing and relaying the bill. Honourable members, this bill has been with us for some time. So any member who studies the bill may not come arguing. You have formed your opinion. You want to proffer amendment for a designated clauses, and when you come at consideration stage, particularly in a period like this, you go straight and propose your amendment, and then we'll put the question on the amendment, and the House will then take decision based on the amendment. That is what we do. But if you want to argue instead of proposing amendment for consideration of the House, I would have a problem, because I do not know that is what we are supposed to do at a consideration stage. So, honourable members, let's make progress. Clause 31.
Collaboration with National Lottery Authority.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to catch your eye to indulge you to bring us to 27, so that, with your indulgence, if I may.
Honourable member, I won't put up that reverse gear.
Mr. Speaker.
I've seen some attempts here. I was on clause 27, I moved to 28, 29, 30. I'm now at 31. You can do a second consideration. Any proposed amendment to clause 31? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 31, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 31 standing part of the bill, say aye. Yes. Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, clause 31, special sports lotteries for sports development. You don't need to qualify with for purposes of sports development. It's just a question to the chair. Thank you.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. So your rendition will be to delete for the purpose. So give us the new rendition.
Just, Mr. Speaker, after for add purposes, for purposes of sports development. But it does no harm though.
I'll put a question.
Thank you.
As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the minister responsible for education say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Honourable members, I'll put a question on the entire clause 31. As many as are in favor of clause 31 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Regulations.
Chairman of the committee, yes.
No advertised amendment, Mr.
It
Speaker.
is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Minister for Education, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, 32 line 1, the minister shall, in consultation with the board, do we need to insert end by legislative instrument? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, withdrawn.
Very well, very well. Because this appears to be the standard agreed rendition. Our members, I will put a question on clause 32. As many as in favor of clause 32 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment.
Our members, I will then consider it page by page. Page 21. Interpretation, page 21. Any proposed amendment? Page 22. Page 23. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, definition for sports appears twice. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think one is with an S and one is without an S. I don't know.
Which page?
Page 22 has sport, means an organized physical activity or competitive event involving professional or amateur. And then sports means organized competitive activity involving the elite professional events. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if, because the sport is one activity and the sports is the general activity, and they are almost the same, but maybe the minister may clarify. Thank you.
Yes, Minister. Why are you defining sports different from sports?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the two words have been used in the course of the bill to give different meanings, and it is that meanings that have been captured in the interpretation column here. So we would not have any issue.
Very well. I'll put a question on clause 33. As many as are in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Consequential amendments.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 34, consequential amendments? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 34 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, let's come to the schedule.
Consequential amendment.
Honourable members, the schedule. Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment to the schedule?
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, all those in favor of the schedule standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the long title.
An act to establish the Ghana Sports Fund to provide sustainable funding for sports development in the country and sports for development, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the schedule? members, all those in favor of the scheduled standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of consideration stage of Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025. Honourable members, motion number 31 at page 16 of today's main order paper. Minister for Sports and Recreation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I move that motion number 31 on today's order paper be taken. By doing so, I request that this bill that I've just gone through consideration be read the third time. Thank you.
Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Maybe, Speaker, I'm late, but we had spoken to the bill that will do the consideration. I thought that we could rather take the GMPC, and because we were waiting for clearance, and I got communication from, so that, Speaker, we can allow some time to elapse. We take the GMPC, and if we so please, we can go ahead and take it. But ideally, Speaker, as you do know, ideally, we should have just allowed a day to pass. So, Leader, that has been the practice. That has been the practice. Even it's captured in our orders.
Yes,
it's captured in our orders.
After the House...
I'm not dragging this.
Yes, but let's get it clear. After the House has adopted the motion to take the bill under certificate of urgency, based on Article 106(13) of the Constitution.
Speaker, I am only suggesting to the majority front bench, and that was the agreement that we did. Lilia, let's do the GMPC. Yes, let's stand up. We will do it. Why are you in a hurry? Oh, but let me finish.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the early hours of today, you did refer the GRPC Ghana Investment Promotion Authority Bill to the Budget Committee. Yes, it has been referred. But Mr. Speaker, if you check Order 260, 260(2)G, the committee shall have referred to 8 matters that lead to state interest and public administration, and our jurisdiction to investigate and inquire into the activities of the administration of, and the institutions have been listed here. The G, any other agency under the supervision of the Office of Government Machinery. And then if you check the MTEF of 2026, Office of Government Machinery, you'll find GRPC there. So it is well placed under Committee on Public Administration and State Interest, not Budget Committee. So we can add the leadership of either finance or budget, but the first should go to State Interest and Public Administration.
member, I would then withdraw the referral and rather refer to public administration and state interests and ask that the leadership of the budget committee should
As well as
the leadership of budget committee and trade should join them.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
And then consider it and report to the House.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
I'm most grateful, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
yes. So, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, until the report is ready, we cannot proceed with that one.
I got indication that the GMPC report is ready. So we can proceed and take item 23.
Honorable Majority Leader, is the report ready?
Speaker, that is so. It's been ready for some time. So
let me
Speaker,
have a copy.
Yeah, we have copies of it.
Yes.
And it has been loaded.
Has been loaded onto the console, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in respect of motion, yes.
Is the GMPC?
Yes, it's been loaded for days. I'll check. They will trace it for you. Mr. Speaker, in respect of motion number 23,
After Petroleum Fund,
the chairman is not available, so I pray that the vice chairman of the committee takes the report on.
Yes, Minority Bench, the indication is that the vice chairman.
Mr. Chairman. No, we need to know. The House needs to know. I'm not opposed, Speaker. I'm not opposing. The chairman has not been seen the whole week. I haven't seen him. I haven't mentioned anybody's name. I'm referring to the chairman of the committee. He has not been seen. Has he traveled? Okay, so tell the House, Chief Whip, tell the House where the whereabouts of the chair.
The chairman should have called him to come.
Speaker, my brother knows where the chairman is, but I know that they went on ECOWAS duties, and so he's not back. So is the vice who is being in charge of these matters for a couple of days now, Mr. Speaker. So he's competent. He's well appointed to do this on his behalf.
But the indication is that they are not opposed, but they need to know where the chairman is. So I will give the opportunity to the vice chairman of the committee. Yes?
You will allow that, we will. But I want to remind my respected whip. We are rising tomorrow. There are matters of importance. I don't need to elucidate. I'm told that the minister was here a while ago. He has attempted to resolve the issues, but there are still outstanding matters. The House, look at the mood of the House. Members are not carrying members along. That's because we are rising tomorrow. Chief Whip, I'm just nudging you. Don't let me surprise you. Please, do the needful. Speaker, we are not opposed, but you should do the needful.
Very well. Honorable Vice Chairman of the committee, you may now move the motion number 23 on the order paper.
I beg to move that motion number 23, that this Honorable House adopt the reports of the Committee on Energy on the work program and budget of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, for the year 2026. In so doing, I present the committee reports, conclusion, and I urge the Hazard Department to capture the entire committee reports I'm dealing with the conclusion and recommendations. Together with its partners, GMPC 2026 work program and budget sets out at the strategic plan to strengthen the petroleum sector amidst global economic and energy transition challenges. GMPC projects revenues of $1,433.57 million and expenditures of $1,635.79 billion, leaving a 202.22 million deficit to be converted through cash balances, loans, external supports, and the recovery of government and third-party receivables. I so moved.
Honourable members, motion, move, report presented. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Abuaji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the report on the Committee on Energy on the work program and budget of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2026. Mr. Speaker, we all know that Ghana GMPC mandate is to develop national capabilities along the entire petroleum value chain and to conduct petroleum activities in such a manner that minimizes adverse impact. And also, one of their strategic objectives is to become a strong and efficient oil and gas exploration production operator with significant financial independence by 2030. Mr. Speaker, GMPC has enumerated a lot of activities for 2026, and some of their activities is to complete their head office project, which is about 87% complete, and then their research and technology center, which is about 95% complete. Mr. Speaker, the research center happens to be the fourth of its kind in Africa. And when it is completed, GMPC will not take their subsea data analysis to outside the country again. Normally, they take it to Europe and other places. But this is going to be a center of best practice where other African countries also can access it. In 2026, GMPC will try and complete the decommissioning of SOPON, which has been a contentious issue quite some time now because the operator who was operating at the SOPON field has bolted, which it has become the burden on GMPC. And again, the much awaited Volta Basin also is in line for 2026. Mr. Speaker, Volta Basin is going to be in about 40% land mass of Ghana. And in this case, there's a lot of inhabitants in the Volta Basin, which is an onshore project. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to corporate social responsibilities, GMPC will need much money for these activities because there are a lot of inhabitants along all these routes, and their environmental impact assessment also need to be carried very well. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the amount that GMPC has earmarked for 2026, Mr. Speaker, for their budget is $1,433,557 million US. Mr. Speaker, that's what is available. But the real amount is $1,635,787,000
79,000, which means there is going to be a deficit of 202,022,000 US dollars. Mr. Speaker, the government, that's GMPC participating and carried interest, which has to be given by the government, has been reduced drastically. Mr. Speaker, when you look at 2024 budget, what was given to GMPC was 142 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, this year, as of September, only $35 million has been given to GMPC as they are participating and carried interest. And in this 2026 budget, Mr. Speaker, only 40 million US dollars has been earmarked for GMPC. Mr. Speaker, GMPC has a lot of work to do in 2026, especially with the Voltaire Basin, which is a new area with all the necessary activities that is going to happen there. So I will urge the Minister for Finance to try much as possible to top up the GMPC's allocations so that they can carry on their activities that have been earmarked for 2026. Mr. Speaker, I will urge this House to adopt this report and approve the work plan and budget for GMPC in 2026. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Nyokote.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute in support of the motion. Ghana's oil reserves and production are declining, having fallen sharply from the 2019 peak due to aging fields, lack of new investment, and reduced exploration. Mr. Speaker, key indicators of the decline are production drop from a high 71 million barrels in 2019 to 48 million barrels in 2024. Oil revenues have fallen by over 50%. Mr. Speaker, to arrest the decline and improve offtake, GMPC plans to undertake some projects in 2026 at the Great Jubilee Field, Tain, and Sankofa Jinyame Field, as listed on page 5 of our report. These projects include to drill 4 new development wells and complete 5 other development wells, to conduct the processing and interpretation of 580 square kilometers of ocean bottom node seismic data. With these projects, Mr. Speaker, we expect to see a recovery and return to the 2019 oil production level. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, page 9 of our report indicates the focus of GMPC. GMPC's key priorities in 2016 include arresting the oil production decline, driving oil and gas exploration and production growth, exploration drilling in the Voltaire Basin, securing gas investment, strengthening organizational capacity, and proactively engaging with stakeholders. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report. Mr. Speaker, global demand outlook indicates that the world oil demand growth is expected at 4.5% between 2026 to 2027. Mr. Speaker, whilst oil demand is growing internationally, in Ghana here, our oil production is declining. And because of that, it is important that we look at the investments that GMPC seeks to do in 2026. And some of the key activities that they want to do is to increase production to 64,300 barrels per day, and as well as gas export of 100 mm scarf per day. To do this, Mr. Speaker, they will have to drill at least 4 wells and complete 5 development wells in 2026. Mr. Speaker, one of the key programs that GMPC wants to undertake that I am particularly interested in is the Tema Gas City project and the Tema Enclave gas distribution pipelines. A feasibility study that was done in 2023 showed that the Tema Enclave gas demand alone is about 39 mm scarf. And if GMPC is able to do these projects, it will help it to realize the revenue that he seeks to use in developing some of his fields and also supporting his activities. Mr. Speaker, I'm also particularly interested in the LNG terminal acquisition and the research and technology centers that GMPC is developing. And I believe if we support GMPC in this direction, they will be able to increase the oil production, get the right investments into oil production, and increase our oil production. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to support the report and submit that the House adopts it. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the adoption of the report by GMPC. Right Honourable Speaker, this report highlights, Mr. Speaker, reflects a detailed examination, a detailed strategy by GMPC, Right Honourable Speaker, to revive the petroleum sector. Mr. Speaker, amid the issues and the ambition of this government to transit in transition of energy, that is, Mr. Speaker, from dominance on liquefied petroleum, Mr. Speaker, to gas production. Mr. Speaker, strong emphasis, Mr. Speaker, is placed on the Voltairean Basin, Mr. Speaker, and the biggest potentials that this possesses, Mr. Speaker, for this country is very much significant. And Mr. Speaker, the GHCB 01 block, which, Mr. Speaker, in all seeks to arrest production decline and also, Mr. Speaker, rebuild reserves. Mr. Speaker, in this report, Mr. Speaker, is targeted, Mr. Speaker, targeted intervention in our matured fields. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about Jubilee, Tain, and Sankofa, to, Mr. Speaker, to sustain output and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, in the report, it's mentioned of the research center. And Mr. Speaker, this is an awesome project that will bring revenue to this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, everything with research ensures that efficiency and optimal production is done. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of issues regards to funding gaps. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that in this work plan, Mr. Speaker, there is a strategized, well-planned strategy, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that receivables and borrowings and also prudent financial management is embedded in this government gas production. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy about the Sopon decommissioning project. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about it on the environmental hazard that he possesses. And that is why in this report, Mr. Speaker, the attempt by GMPC to finalize this project is laudable. Mr. Speaker, We visited the rat center that is being put up on the Spitters Road. And Mr. Speaker, I must applaud the management of GMPC for such an initiative that, Mr. Speaker, will yield a lot of benefits to gas exploration and production. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to shorten my words, I'm so happy to have risen, Mr. Speaker, to support this report, and I appeal to the House to approve and adopt this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Daku Mensah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker, there are a few issues that I wish to bring to your attention. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the global figures for the budget revenues of 1.4 and the expenditure of 1.6 billion, it starts clearly with a deficit of 202 million, which clearly supposes that the recent amendments of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act is having its own toll on the budget of GMPC. Mr. Speaker, we know that GMPC is one of the key strategic revenue assets of this country. And if they have such deficits, it means that a lot of their work programs cannot be sustained. Mr. Speaker, if you take the bulk of the issues they want to address next year, including their head office, their technology center, and then major projects like the first drilling in the Bhutan Basin. Clearly, I believe that it is proper that government reconsiders its decision of reducing the amount that was going to them, the 30% to 15%, by restoring it back so that GMPC will get the money to do the drilling. Mr. Speaker, one of the key issues we need to appreciate is that the Bhutan Basin covers 40% of, almost 40% of the land mass of this country. And after the seismic, I believe that now we are seeing potential. And we should never limit GMPC for going all out to drill and get more reserves, oil reserves for this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we'll be doing ourselves in if we don't keep spending. I mean, Mr. Speaker, all over the world, the riskier the agenda, the better the possibility of getting more revenues for this country. Mr. Speaker, it took Cosmos and the Talos to get into offshore and discover oil that has protected us up to this time. In fact, if you take even the free SHS, a bulk of the budget had been coming from the oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, if you also look at the budget that was made for the foundation, GMPC Foundation, I believe that it is still inadequate. Last year, they promised to give them 8. They paid only 5. This year, the plan is to give them 16. So clearly, there's a balance of 3 million that we need to subtract from the 16. And now that we are going to the Bhutan Basin with that huge space, and I believe that last year I made mention of the fact that even those of us at the coastal areas that we don't have the oil processes and the gas processes online or onshore, we have a lot of difficulty. Now you are going to drill onshore. Clearly, the amount of money we need to build the social capital for GMPC for them to go there and drill, if we are not able to do that, Mr. Speaker, it's going to worry us a lot. Mr. Speaker, if you take the deficit issue that came up, GMPC itself had promised to start looking at receivables from a lot of companies and agencies that actually owe them. And one of the agencies that they are clear in their mind that owes them is the government of Ghana. because of the enclave rules that we ask them to do on behalf of government. Mr. Speaker, I'm very particular about this because if you go to a lot of the Nzima areas where we've cast sword and the rest, GMPC is not paying and the contractors are just not on site. It's because we have virtually made them feel that the deal government has done with them will never be paid. So they are also failing to pay the contractors to do the work for our own people. Now, look at this similar situation happening in the Votenyan Basin. Naturally, if we don't get our acts together, we are going to have a lot of problems. Mr. Speaker, if we take a lot of the roads that we have in this country, like LPG, gas, and the rest, we carry them on our roads, we transport them on our roads. And if you take some of the roads on the Libo Road all the way to Apimenim and the rest, we are having small problems on the roads, even though it's not even up to 16 years. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in the same way we are asking for concrete roads for the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the rest, I believe that the Takrade to Accra Road should also have a concrete surfacing so that it can also last for 50 years. Mr. Speaker, I also do believe that the foundation's monies should be paid to them as quickly as possible because the foundation owes so many people, including AstroTurf contractors, road contractors, school building contractors, and all that. Mr. Speaker, I therefore believe that it is very, very, very important that the money that was reduced from 30% to 15% is an issue the Minister of Finance needs to revisit and make sure that they are paid back so that they can be able to finance a lot of their activities and making sure that they can go for it. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. And I believe that now that the world is looking at ESGs, all these projects that GMPC is doing, they should be looking at the environmental, social, and governance issues, covering them, especially the Votenyan Basin, so that we can all move forward as a country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I'm unfit to speak to the report and to relate to a few concerns on the GMPC. Oh, I've just started. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, my senior colleague has contextualized the issues as relayed by the report. I've read the report and the issue teased out, taking time to look at them. Speaker, I think for a long time, Parliament has been overly soft, so to speak, in terms of our oversight over the GMPC. GMPC comes to this house with their work program. We go through the report and we adopt the report, and so what? It ends there. A full cycle ensures before another report is brought. And that is why it's necessitating the finance minister, even though it's not justifiable, the finance minister so moto decision to reduce the carried and participatory interest support from some 30% to 15%. Why? Because the GMPC themselves have not been participatory and transparent enough. It's the reason why. Even though it's something that cannot be justified, I think the Energy Committee going to the future must get a bit more critical on the GMPC. They come here and they give us summary report on CSR activities undertaken over years. And you only see a bullet of programs they claim they have undertaken. Yes, we can credit them with some credit, a few AstroTurf here and there. But
as to whether they bring to this house a detailed report of their corporate social responsibility is a question we should be asking ourselves. It's a huge concern. So the finance minister is also looking for revenue. And he gets a low. Dr. Park, I have not invited you. Speaker, so the minister is looking for low-hanging fruit. Unfortunately, he found one with the GMPC. Let me make pleadings. We, as much as we want to support the adoption of this report, Speaker, there must be further engagement. A slash from 30% to 15% is just not impressive at all. Besides, data, geological data and the seismic data that are out there point to the conclusion that Ghana has huge deposits of hydrocarbons. Yes, the data speaks to it, that we have huge prospect of hydrocarbons. So when you are reducing the carried and participatory interest fund, what it means is that you are limiting the activities, the exploratory activities of the GMPC. We are not in the 80s. In the 80s, where the risks were so huge and corporate bodies and individuals were not motivated to go into oil exploration. Now, they have blazed the trail. The potential is there. Confirmation, data, all is there. So we cannot, as my senior colleague, the Honorable Kobe Champo said, we must impress and convince the finance minister to be charitable a bit. At least, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Give them a second chance. So that we cannot take away the money. Taking away, slashing from 30% to 15% is something we'll have to look at again. What it means is that the GMPC will be pushed. Leader, it will still not be enough. The GMPC will be pushed to the wall where they will only resort to borrowing to do exploration. It doesn't make economic sense to go and borrow to do exploration where you have funds generated by the same body. So that will be my first pleading. Unfortunately, the minister is not here. I wish we can get the minister. Chief Whip, Speaker, can you impress upon the Chief Whip to get the minister, the finance minister? He must listen to this conversation. The minister is not here. His deputy is not here. On this important, GMPC is an important state institution, you know. So, Speaker, that will be it. Again, if you look at the GMPC Act, the GMPC is mandated to reduce negative impact of environmental destruction. Environmental destruction, impact of environmental destruction is something they are mandated by their own act. Clearly, if you do a profile of their environmental activities and intervention, negative. Of course, they do the impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, they do it. And then the outcome in terms of what they should do, they don't do it. The GMPC doesn't do it. And it's worrying. The ranking is here. If what I'm saying is not true, tell me. Vice Chairman, if I have your attention. So we must devote some attention to the GMPC. So there's a lot of potential at the GMPC. And GMPC can generate a lot of revenue to fund a lot of, even your big push. The big push that you pride yourself so much about. GMPC can be a good source of revenue to support the big push. So we must get a big clinical and be able to deal with these matters. Now, because you are reducing the carried and participatory interest, what is resulting is that there's a huge, your deficit is widening. GMPC's deficit, annual deficit, is widening. 2005, they recorded 124.7, some $124.78 million as deficit. Then 2026, they are anticipating 214.14 million as deficit. So by the year the deficit is widening by the year. And GMPC is not a body that should be recording such deficit. So I dare say that even though we would want to encourage members to support the adoption of this report, the aspects of the funding, the necessary oxygen that is supposed to prosecute exploration activities of GMPC being reduced, it cannot be countenanced by this House. And the minister is one of our own. So I implore you to give some consequential directives that the committee must go back. We will adopt the report consequent of the committee going back to sit with the finance minister for if they cannot give us 30%, at least they should give us 20 to 25%. He cannot take away everything and just leave out only 15%, which will undermine the exploration activities of GMPC. Are we saying that we don't have more hydrocarbons? In fact, there is more discovery of hydrocarbons across the length and breadth of this country, and we cannot limit the exploration activities of GMPC. Because you find me very emotional because I don't get the logic. I don't get the logic why the minister is taking away all these funds. We don't have hydrocarbons at Adrechi. But I know in the Volta region, more discoveries have been made. More discoveries of hydrocarbons have been made in the Volta region. And we should be seen to be exploiting it to the benefits, also to support your big push. Anytime you mention big push, you see the road minister is happy. So, Speaker, these will be my observations. And Speaker, I want to pray you. I know, Speaker, you are not a fan of giving consequential directives. But for this one, Speaker, I beg you in the name of God, I beg you, the Energy Committee must engage the Finance Minister further. My problem is that, Majority Leader, you're not paying attention to me. I'm saying that their revenue generation, the minister is taking away, is reducing it from 30% to 15%, and is taking the money to the consolidated fund. Now, this fund is what they use in doing exploration. Now, because the seismic data shows that we have more potential of more hydrocarbons, they should be doing more exploration to explore and discover more oil. And therefore, discovery of more oil means we'll get more revenue. So I know I have convinced you. So, Energy Committee, the ranking is here. The Vice Chairman is here. They should go back and engage the Finance Minister. At least, if they can give them even 30% or 20%, that should be enough. But to slash away such a huge amount will not be acceptable to those of us on this House. And Speaker, I pray you that you accede to my call and help to salvage GMPC, because the fundamental reason for the formation of GMPC is exploration. If I'm wrong, somebody to tell me. For exploration. And if their fundamental role and function is going to be curtailed, then we must as well as a House pay attention to it and make sure we deal with this matter. With these words, Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, why are you all up at the same time?
I've just concluded.
Yes, very well. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to support the approval of the work plan of GMPC for the year 2026. Mr. Speaker, I was not getting the drift of the minority chief whip. On one breath, he was blaming GMPC. Another breath, blaming the Ministry of Finance for slashing their foundation resources up to 15%. The issue at stake is the resources allocated to them, what were they using the money for? So we are calling the new leadership of GMPC to change course. Yes, we are resetting GMPC, Mr. Speaker. GMPC has constructed more astroturf in this country than any other institution. Is that their mandate?
For instance, it's a 1.3.
All over the places. You see that you don't have, but your friends have it. Mr. Speaker, more than 50 years that we heard about Votain Basin project. As we speak, nothing has been done about it. Every year there's allocation to Votain Basin project. But still, do you have oil from Votain Basin? Instead of drilling new wells so that we can get value for money, they are just constructing astroturfs. Astroturfs. And after the rain sets in, Mr. Speaker, about 70% of them have been washed off. We can't even find them. So we are resetting GMPC. The new administration. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we considered other government obligations, and then as part of the EMA funds, an allocation of 2,626,603,460 Ghana cedis has been allocated to GMPC. And the minister made a statement that if they come and make a good case about the Votain Basin development, another allocation can be made for them. But as we speak now, Chief Whip, we will not give them the money to go and construct astroturfs. It is not their mandate. So the committee should come back to the House and show us that they've done their oversight work, they've monitored their activities, and now we have a new GMPC in place so that another allocation in the mid-year can be given to them. But the old GMPC, that old story, we will not repeat it. So the minister is trying to make sure that we put our money where our mouth is. You can't give what you don't have. So, no, this is a reality. So the 2.6 billion has been allocated to them. Let's make sure that they use it for the purpose of which it has been allocated to. By the end of the day, we can come together as a house and make a good case for them. But the ranking member was just dancing around the issue as if that he's not aware of the matter. You know the problems. You know. So we are researching GMPC. So 2026, a new story will be told that we have a new GMPC and more allocation will be made to GMPC. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity of reading the report of the committee, and I find it very strange to hear from the deputy whip on the majority front bench argue that the decision by GMPC Foundation as part of its corporate social responsibility to promote sports and also inculcate the culture of reading is not a priority. Mr. Speaker, over the years, GMPC Foundation took steps to construct libraries to encourage many youths to have access to reading materials, study, and to improve on their reading skills. Mr. Speaker, we know a lot of our youths are involved in sports. Community sporting activities are of great concern to stakeholders like we, the political leaders. Mr. Speaker, even the Ghana Sports Fund Bill, which is being considered by this House. Mr. Speaker, if you read this bill critically, you realize that this bill is looking at ways of raising sufficient fund to support sporting activities. Therefore, if GMPC in the past took this mandate as a major interest, why would you say that because you are in a new dispensation, you are going to do away with the promotion of sports? AstroTurfs, when they are constructed in communities, are not for a particular political party. And we are aware that within the last 8 years, GMPC construction of AstroTurfs benefited many constituencies. And it had nothing to do with who belongs to which constituency or not. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very strange. It is very strange to hear that deliberately the Ghanaian youth who depends on this AstroTurf for athletics, for sporting activities, for regular exercise is being denied. Mr. Speaker, the member made a very strange submission. He says that AstroTurfs are being washed away by rain. Mr. Speaker, this House of Parliament, for partisan reasons, a member cannot just get up and make a sweeping statement as if same is well founded in any serious fact. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that as this government has introduced a bill in this house to promote sports, the same government is denying our communities of sporting facilities. And the member from the majority side is proud of this, that they have cancelled the foundation's vision of promoting sporting activities in our various communities. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country, I believe, are listening and they have heard. The youth in our various communities. Of course, government cannot construct a stadium for a community in Winneba. But at least, if GMPC Foundation had as part of its corporate social responsibility to support a community with an AstroTurf. Today, the government is saying that community sporting facilities are no more a priority. Today, this government is saying that AstroTurfs are being cancelled. Today, this government is saying that corporate social responsibility, which is a platform, which is an avenue to support activities that will help community development, can no more be a priority. And it was said by no less a person than Honorable Achampong, who speaks from the majority front bench. Mr. Speaker, he was saying
Honorable Minority Leader, ordinarily,
Mr. Speaker,
once you mention his name,
Mr. Speaker,
I will give the floor to Honorable
I
Achampong.
refer to his submission.
Honorable Achampong, you have the floor.
Talk to your man.
Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I said this in a context. I said it is not in their mandate to do those things. If you check the sports budget, 50 astroturfs have been allocated. 50 in the first budget. So GMPC has a mandate to develop the Voten Basin, to drill more wells. That was the point I was making. So you can't invite the youth against me by saying that they're inciting the youth. So, Mr. Speaker, against government. I did not say those things that the minority leader. So that part should be expunged from our records. You must apologize.
Yes.
And apologize to your good friend. We came to this side together. The two of us started our parliamentary work from the Finance Committee. We've traveled a long way. The rest is history.
Honorable Minority Leader, he said he never said those things. Having given him the floor. So take his concern on board and proceed.
Speaker, the records will have it without any contest that the last 8 years, i.e., the Akufo-Addo government encouraged GMPC to get certain priority project done. And through GMPC Foundation, libraries and astroturfs were very key on the agenda. That today, in this report, astroturfs are no more a priority. Mr. Speaker, GMPC constructed clinics and schools. Mr. Speaker, today we are being told that they are no more a priority. But Mr. Speaker, whilst communities are being denied of these important social amenities, the report, which is before us, states as follows, quote, Mr. Speaker, revenue is being projected at $1.43 billion as against an expenditure of $1.6 billion, resulting in a deficit of over $200 million. Mr. Speaker, I thought the apostles of reset had told us that things were being done differently. How can you spend what you don't have? Your revenue is being projected at a certain figure, 1.4, yet you want to spend 1.6. Meanwhile, you are cutting expenditure on infrastructure that will go to the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian, because people want tangible benefit from the oil revenue. If you construct a school, if you construct a library, if you construct an astroturf, if you construct a clinic, you will be helping the community. Yet all of these are being denied. If you read the report from what he's saying, that these are no more the priorities, you are not going to focus on all of these. So the expenditure that exceeds revenue, what exactly are you going to spend on? Mr. Speaker, we are concerned. We are very concerned. And if the deputy whip decides to be proud of the decision by the government to take away these social benefits, and he comes to say that under reset they have done away with these projects, and he says so proudly, he's not looking at the social costs to the nation. Mr. Speaker, history will judge their actions. I rest my case.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to approve and adopt the report of the Committee on Energy on the 2026 work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC. So, Speaker, what we have before us is not a budget. What we have before us is not a budget. It is the work program. The budget itself has been approved already. What we are looking at is the work program. And highlighted in the conclusion of the committee is this, and everybody must pay attention to this. Together with its partners, GNPC's 2026 work program and budget sets out a strategic plan to strengthen the petroleum sector amid global economic and energy transition challenges. GNPC projects revenues of 1.433 billion and expenditures of 1.635 billion, leaving a 202 million deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, when you are established as an organization with a core mandate, and in implementing your mandate, you have a deficit of $202 million. As a wise administrator, if you have to make cuts, where will you be making the cuts? Will you be making the cuts in the areas related to your core mandate, or you will be making the cuts in the areas that do not relate to your core mandate? Rational leadership will make a cut in the area that is not their core mandate. And what is not their core mandate? The area of corporate social responsibility. Mr. Speaker, when you argue as if it is the only place that ordinary citizens can benefit in terms of oil revenues, that is also not true. Because the oil revenues have been used to support the budget. Indeed, in this chamber just last week, it was argued that it was out of the oil revenues that we were funding free senior higher education. So the oil revenues are already financing social sector issues such as education, health, housing, and etc. So let us not create the impression that it is from this corporate social allocation in GIPC's budget that social issues will be financed. So when my colleague argues that the organization is being reset to focus on its core mandate and not to go spending monies in areas that are not related to its responsibility, he is not suggesting that the youth should not have astroturfs. He is also not suggesting that clinics that were built by GNPC are not important. But GNPC must learn to focus on what its core mandate is. And that is what the minister seeks to do by realigning resources so that more resources will go into its core mandate of exploration, of supporting the extraction and production of oil so that Ghana can rake in more revenues from its oil sector. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst I will join those and the committee in urging that a lot more should be put into corporate social responsibility, I do not want it presented as if the argument for pushing GNPC to focus on its core corporate responsibility is an argument against supporting the youth of this country with astroturfs. Mr. Speaker, as indicated, this government is taking measures to ensure that resources are available to the sports sector to to invest in infrastructure. Indeed, today, we just took the sports fund bill through the consideration stage, and we explored other avenues for raising funds to support in sports infrastructure investment. So we are taking steps in a more sustainable way to finance astroturfs across the country, to finance stadium construction, to finance general infrastructure for athletics and all the other sporting activities. So we are on course in that direction. But we also want GNPC to focus on its core mandate. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to adopt the report, but I also want to add my voice to the committee which says that we should also in the future consider upping the allocation to the GNPC Foundation. The foundation does not only do astroturfs, it does clinics. We may not think that astroturfs is what they should be doing, but at least clinics and others in the communities where they are operating will also create the kind of social capital that they need to be able to work effectively in those communities. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to adopt the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Addendum 2. No, addendum not 2. 1. This is 2. Oh, you have it. 1 addendum. Yeah, addendum, Mr. Speaker. We may take item
2.
Item 2. Yes, we may lay the reports.
Honourable members, order paper addendum, item number 2. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Education on the Simon Jodong Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the...
Take all together.
Report of the Committee on Education on the C.K. Tedem University of Technology and Applied Sciences Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Committee on Education on the Akintinapia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to request the Minister to provide a short explanation to... Yes, I need that. I mean, you had raised this matter of changing. The whole essence of this is to change the name of the university. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minority Leader, it is the person who presented the report that should give a short explanation. It's not the minister.
Mr. Speaker, but he is leaving. Mr. Speaker, the committee chair is leaving. That is why I wanted the minister, since he is a sponsor.
Yes, but I do not have the power to mention a person other than the one who presented the report to give the explanation. We have to go by the rules.
Mr. Speaker, since the sector minister is here, and since he is the sponsor of the bill, may I humbly plead that in the absence of the chairman and the vice chair, the minister assist this house with this, because Mr. Speaker, As soon as I got up to make the application, the chairman of the committee rushed out. The cameras would bear me out. He rushed out. The vice chair of the committee, I have not cited him in the chamber. If he is here, then that's fine. If the vice chairman is, I said I have not cited him. Yes, I should. Okay, now if it is so, if you by using he rushed out amount to imputing improper motive, then I'm saying that as soon as he left immediately. I got up with the application. So, Mr. Speaker, the vice chair, I'm told the vice chair is here. So, in the absence of the chairman, let the vice chair do the needful.
Honourable members, I strongly believe that after the presentation of the report of the committee, we'll come to a stage where the principles will be debated, and at that point, the request being made by the minority leader will be acceded to. The bills have been introduced earlier, so if it were to be at that point that he's making this request, would have acceded to the request. Therefore, honourable members, the papers presented by the chairman of the committee in item numbered 2 at page 1 of the order paper addendum have been duly presented, and they are for distribution to honorable members. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I believe that we can now deal with motion number 31 on the original order paper, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you.
Yes, Minister for Sports and Recreation. Motion number 31.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 31 on today's order paper be taken.
Yes, Honourable Teacher.
Speaker, the prior agreement, and with your blessings, were that we should do other businesses. Of course, we are not opposed to taking it, but other businesses should be prosecuted. Then eventually, we will take it. You have other businesses to be taken. Chief Whip, navigate properly and let's do all those businesses. This one, we have finished everything. It's third reading. We can take it. You cannot rush Parliament. Honorable Kofi Adams, you cannot rush us. You have qualified for the World Cup. Yes, we know, but you cannot rush us.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I don't take it to be Sports Minister rushing Parliament.
Speaker, he's my friend.
Honorable members, motion move any seconder.
He hasn't moved the motion. No, Speaker, with respect, he hasn't moved the
members,
motion.
motion move any seconder.
You have not moved the motion, no. He didn't move the motion.
Allow him to move the
motion.
Motion moved any seconder. I have listened to the motion moved. Any seconder?
Speaker, did he move the motion? We'll call for answer. We'll call for answer tomorrow. I pleaded with you and you just sat down. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Hey.
Members, motion move any seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion number 31 at page 16 of the main order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to establish the Ghana Sports Fund to provide sustainable funding for sports development in the country and sports for development, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Sports Fund Bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and pass. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have one more report to take. That is the report of the House Committee, and we had agreed that we'll do that at closed sitting. And so, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we want to do that. No, I haven't seen it. So want to use the closed sitting time.
Yes, minority.
Well, Speaker, my friend who is the chair of the House Committee had given notification, but Order 60, Speaker, calls on you for this to be done. If it has to be done at closed sitting in respect of Order 60, then it has to be done that the Speaker may in consultation with the House and having regard to blah, 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 blah. So I guess we have to relate to the Speaker to direct us if we are coming under Order 60. Leader, you may have to reference. But I'm not opposed to that. Oh, then we can proceed. Speaker, we are not opposed. We can proceed.
Very well.
Speaker, if you recall, we did, in fact, this was to have been taken yesterday, but the business of the House was such that it could not be accommodated. And so we should do appropriation. Okay, Mr. Speaker, come. The report is ready.
Yes, let me hear you.
Speaker, the indication is that the report of the Finance Committee is ready. So we want to lay, we would love to lay that before we do the closed sitting. Speaker, that will be motion number 36 on the regular order paper. Motion number 36. No, laying.
Motion number 36 cannot be laying. That is second reading.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. No, it's just come. It just come. Oh, wait. So, Mr. Speaker, the order paper addendum 3. Yeah, addendum 3. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to pray that we take the item on order paper addendum 3.
Yes.
Speaker, I don't have order paper addendum 3. I have addendum paper, I have addendum 2. I had yesterday cautioned my colleagues that the printing of, you see, order paper addendum 2.
Honorable, they are bringing you a copy, Speaker, and it's also on the console.
Speaker, I want to pray with you, can listen to me. Speaker, this is addendum 3. I don't have a problem. But you could have added addendum 3 to addendum 2.
The addendum 3 is not the console.
Why you have to print?
You indicated yesterday that you are no environmentalist.
Speaker, would you hear me out?
I am just supporting you. That you indicated clearly you are environmentalist.
Speaker, I'm not opposed.
So
you should proceed and lay.
Very well. Presentation of papers. Order paper addendum 3. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Budget Committee on Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025.
Report has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable members, on this note, I would beg to take Yes, let me hear you, Honorable Chief Whip. Yes. Yes. It was late, referred to the committee. The committee is now bringing their report. And the report must be distributed for members to go through, then we can do justice to it. Then on this note, our members, I will take few minutes suspension. Members, the House is temporarily suspended. Honourable members, can you resume your seat? Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader, do we take motion number 36?
Please ask permission for you to do what? 30.
36. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kwateng is here. Honorable Kwateng, you are chair of the committee. So if you are ready, we can take the report of your committee on appropriation. It's not on the console. It's not yet on the console.
He says it's on the console. Let him go. We can share this.
If you can take addendum 3. No, not 3.
Addendum 3. Addendum 3 has been exhausted. You said? So do we do the appropriation? That is motion number 36. On the main order paper.
This is not, no, 36, no, we haven't adopted the report
At page
yet.
16.
16, yes. No, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the report of the committee was laid.
Yes. So as second reading, as second reading, we take the report together with the explanatory memorandum.
Okay, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, let's take item number 36.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Habib.
The report is on the console, so in case members want to contribute, they can check, and then the report is there.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Deputy.
the Finance Minister is not here, so the Deputy Minister for Finance, with your indulgence, will move the motion.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, as much as we want to do this, we want to serve notice to the majority leader that we need to see the finance minister here, because the appropriation is what is going to give him his license to spend in 2026. So if you think that it is not important and he's going to be somewhere, Mr. Speaker, we will oppose it. We will raise a lot of issues because we have a lot of problems with the appropriation that we want the finance minister himself to hear. We don't think that the deputy might be able to handle it. So you can move for the second reading, but when we are going to the second consideration stage before we do, the minister ought to be here, Mr. Speaker, because you know, second reading, after motion being moved and the report, members will now have to give comments on it or debate it. So the finance minister needs to be here to listen to what they are going to talk about. And this is what is going to give him whatever motions that we have done. Without appropriation, he cannot spend. He won't have any authority to spend. So wherever the finance minister is, majority leader, get him into the chamber, and he must be here because this is very important to him. If we don't get the finance minister here before, then you should make sure that you have about 140 members here for us to be able to approve the appropriation. So, Mr. Speaker, without much, he can move the motion for the second reading.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will do so, but I want to remind the Honorable Deputy
Please move the motion.
You should
Motion
always
number
look for the
36.
Finance Minister himself. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 36, that the appropriation number 2 Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion having been moved for the second reading of the appropriation number 2 Bill 2025, I will call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. And in doing so, I will present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with officials from the Ministry of Finance, and they explained to us that the object of the bill is to seek parliamentary authority pursuant to Article 1792A of the Constitution to enable the sum of 357 billion 105 million
639,080 Ghana cedis to be issued from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds during the financial year commencing on the 1st of January 2026 and ending on the 31st of December 2026. Mr. Speaker, the committee determined that this ought to be taken under certificate of urgency, and so we recommend same to the House. You would see, Mr. Speaker, from paragraph 5 of the committee's report that we have stated the observations we made. The appropriation is essentially in two parts. On the one part, you have the other government obligations, which strictly speaking ought to have been statutory expenditures, and then you have the discretionary expenditures as well. This bill also seeks to repeal the Appropriation Act 2025, Act 1126. So, Speaker, I call on the HANZA department to capture the entire content whilst I go to the recommendations and conclusions of the committee. The committee recommends that a sum of money not exceeding 357 billion 105 million 639,080 Ghana cedis be approved and authorized to be issued from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds for the purposes of financing government operations during the financial year commencing the first day of January 2026 and ending on the 31st day of December 2026. The committee thus recommends to the House to pass the Appropriation Bill number 2, the Appropriation number 2 Bill 2025 into law in accordance with Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution and Order 1604 of the Standing Orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Chairman of the committee has also presented a report. It is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the debate may arise on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the committee's report. Now the floor is open. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before us today is Appropriation Bill 2025, Mr. Speaker, but prelude to that is a report emanating from the Budget Committee recommending that this House should approve a whopping sum of 357 billion 105 million 609,080 Ghana cedi for the Minister responsible for finance to spend for a single year 2026. Mr. Speaker, a single year expenditure, a colossal sum of 357 billion, Mr. Speaker, I am making this point so forceful because you will need to just oppose that against what they spent last year. Mr. Speaker, this House in 2025 approved for the minister an amount of 293 billion 118 million 26,137 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when you match the two, they are asking for 63 billion increase in expenditure. Mr. Speaker, a government that is saying it is austere, that they are very, very prudent with resource management, cannot be calling for this huge jump in expenditure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is even more startling is the fact that compensation for this year, Mr. Speaker, they want to spend some 90,559,950,860 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Mr. Speaker, you know how much they spent, or they requested for this house? 76 billion. This, again, is a huge gap. Mr. Speaker, they should take their calculators and do the mathematics. The president promises 9% salary increase. Mr. Speaker, a 9% increment in salary should not translate to, 90 billion Ghana cedis for compensation. Mr. Speaker, compensation, unless, of course, they are saying that in 2026 there are going to be a lot of committees that is going to be drinking teas, and that committees would actually be not that committee would be in charge of drinking tea, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that huge jump does not translate to the 9% that the president promised the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the interest payment, Mr. Speaker, even without an IMF, even with an IMF supported program, they are saying that they want to dedicate an amount of 57 billion for the purpose of paying interest. Mr. Speaker, we do know that under the IMF supported program, in 2026, payment of interest is actually not much of a burden, but their payment of interest is even more than what they are spending in their capital expenditure. Big push is 30 billion, Mr. Speaker, and they are actually putting 57 billion for the purposes of paying interest. Mr. Speaker, is it the case of this government that even with the renegotiation and with the haircut they are proposing to even give commercial trade lenders, Mr. Speaker, before this house, these people are proposing a haircut. They are proposing a haircut for commercial lenders, creditors. And on top of that, they want to do some 57 billion payment of interest. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't match. Because on one hand, your obligations to commercial creditors, you are proposing a haircut for them. On the other hand, you are asking them to approve 57 billion for you to pay interest. Mr. Speaker, the numbers do not match. And I think that the minister will have to look at the numbers once more. Mr. Speaker, even what is more of an issue is the transfers to social spending, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in a particular difficulty. People in rural areas, market women, people actually who are vulnerable, people who are widows, they are not able to make ends meet, even with their so-called single-digit inflation. Mr. Speaker, there is an allocation of 5 billion for social spending, Mr. Speaker. A government that is supposed to be social democratic in nature, a government that is supposed to support the vulnerable, a government that prides itself that it cares for the downtrodden. You are allocating some 3 billion for social spending, and then you are allocating some 90 billion to pay yourselves. Mr. Speaker, this is not good economic management. 90 billion is supposed to run government machinery. How do you allocate such an amount to pay for yourself, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, on capital expenditure, lastly on capital expenditure, they are saying that in this appropriation, Mr. Speaker, we should approve 57 billion for capex, capital expenditure, and they want to finance that by borrowing some 45 billion from the local economy. Mr. Speaker, they want to borrow some 45 billion, and that is what you are saying. Government is competing with the private sector. Government is competing with people who are supposed to source. So definitely, we expect interest rate to jump, because a single year government wants to borrow 45 billion from the local economy. Mr. Speaker, is this the kind of economic management that they are saying that we are going to turn the corner? Mr. Speaker, 45 billion is not small amount. Let's take even last year. They didn't borrow up to this, but private sectors were crowded out. People in the private sector could not access capital. Even with a lower interest rate, the banks could not advance capital to them. Today, they want to borrow 45 billion from the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, they are also trying to go international to borrow. They are not only borrowing internally, they want to borrow internationally. Mr. Speaker, as if the 45 billion is not enough, they want to go and borrow some 12 billion from outside. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is interested in borrowing. I thought they said that before this house that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta was interested in bonds. That he was only interested in bonds. And they mentioned samurai bonds, green bonds, whatever bond. They use these names to ridicule Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. But today, they are borrowing some 12 billion even under IMF program. IMF is telling them that within the fiscal year they shouldn't do 100 million, more than 100 million United States dollar under the ceiling. But they are doing some 12 billion Ghana cedi, and if you use that, they are trying to use an exchange rate of 12 Ghana cedi. If you do their mathematics, in order to stay with the 100 million, they are doing an exchange rate of some 12 Ghana cedi. Meanwhile, the Bank of Ghana is even telling them that it is 11.5. Mr. Speaker, these people will say one thing and do another. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand, and I think this House should not support that under this crawling economy, under an economy that the private sector is already crowded out, we should allow the government to go and borrow 45 billion from the domestic market. Which this House should not tolerate that. Even if we agree that the government should borrow, the government will have to look at, Mr. Speaker, what is even more interesting, the finance minister has joined. They told us that they wanted to use artificial intelligence to increase revenue collection. And they have made us to approve for them international contract that will allow them to rake in more revenue through the use of artificial intelligence. On top of that, they want to borrow some 45 billion from the domestic economy, some 12 billion from foreign countries. I don't think that this appropriation that they are asking us to approve would actually help the good people of Ghana in terms of addressing our underlying issue. Mr. Speaker, lastly, this is a government that says that the economy was badly managed. And on top of the 357 billion expenditure, Mr. Speaker, they want to grow at 5%. What kind of expenditure is this? Expenditure that will not spur growth, expenditure that will not translate to GDP growth is not expenditure. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure should translate into the growth of the economy. But they are spending 57 billion, but the growth of the economy is even shrinking as compared to the growth in 2024. I don't think that you are happy with this record. I'm not sure any member of the opposition of the government is happy with such a record. And if you want to appreciate these figures, try to divide the numbers by the number of constituents you have. You would appreciate that this is huge, gargantuan, colossal amount that this government wants to put down the drain without any group. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I don't think that in all sincerity and in all fairness, my conscience will allow me to approve. My conscience will allow me to support the approval of this appropriation for the Minister responsible for Finance. I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. I will give the floor to Honorable Azikadongo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have to live long to know that wonders will never end. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, my colleague, then working in the office of the Vice President, the head of the economic management team, came here and approved interest payment of 115 billion Ghana cedis. 115. Today he's crying over an interest of 50 billion. Is that not surprising to you? 115 billion was approved in this house for interest payment.
Last year.
Just 2023.
2023.
And yet these people are now surprised that interest payment that is 50% less is wrong. Mr. Speaker, what type of gendarme mathematics and finance is that? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when you complain that a government is going to draw down loans that you have contracted for the government, those loans were contracted by MPP, and we are going to draw down to finance development. He is not happy that the loans that he contracted, we are now drawing them down. Mr. Speaker, so what does he want to do with the loans? We should go and cancel them. So those loans that he's complaining about are loans that were contracted by the MPP government, for which we are drawing down. He should go and look at the financing in the budget. Those are project loans. They are not Eurobonds. They are project loans. And if you contracted loans that are being drawn down, it is very surprising that you have an issue with it. Mr. Speaker, these were the descendants of the people who came here and were borrowing $3 billion a year in the Eurobond market. When was the last time you heard Eurobond market in this office, in this parliament? And yet you are here. People who run this country are down. People who declare to the world that Ghana should be declared bankrupt. And they spent 2 years to get a certificate of bankruptcy for this country. And these are the people who are complaining over 12 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, is that not surprising? But Mr. Speaker, again, I now understand how they never managed to run this economy. Let people learn that social spending includes education. Yes. Education is social spending. Maybe some people must go and learn what social spending is about. National health, health facilities. Health itself. Health is social spending. And people do not understand that when we say social spending, it is not the same as LEAP. LEAP is just a subset, just a small, minute part of social spending. My good friend, pay attention. I'm speaking to your discussion. Why are you not hiding? Mr. Speaker, when a government in the budget allocates 29 billion to health, that is social spending. That is for the vulnerable. When we decide, Mr. Speaker, we're in this country when Get Fund was constituted into a debt payment entity. All they were doing was spend 2 billion a year just to service Dache bonds. Today, Get Fund is getting 9 billion not to pay debt, but to finance education. And somebody is here talking about social spending. My good friend, pay attention. Take the budget and read social spending properly. Yes. Social spending is not LEAP. Social spending is not capitation grants. Social spending is not school feeding program. Those are just the minute part of social spending. Yeah. And you must understand the bigger envelope for social spending so that you don't mislead our people to think that social spending is just all about LEAP. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I have heard somebody, very learned person, measure deficit by nominal values. What type of economics is that? That you measure deficit by nominal values, and that you have never heard 45 billion before. We're in this country when the amount of deficit, the nominal value of deficit, was more than the total revenue in our country in 2022. In 2024, what was your deficit? It was more than this. If you are counting nominal values, you were doing 60 billion in 2024. Fast forward 2 years later, somebody is doing 45 billion when it should rather be going up by the way you were running the economy. And you say you have never heard that before. You have never heard that before. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, compensation. My good friend says that he doesn't understand why his salary is being factored in the budget. Or you don't know that money is your salary. Mr. Speaker, if you people don't want salary, just tell us, we'll cut it. Mr. Speaker, these are salary increases for you, Article 71, office holder. How does payment of salary amount to payment a drinking of tea? A drinking of tea salary? A drinking of tea compensation? When we say compensating, it's not about compensating as you understand it. It's about wages and salaries. And for the first time, I'm hearing such a learned person refer to compensation as tea party. How does that amount to tea party? Mr. Speaker, let's be serious in our country. Mr. Speaker, let's be serious. Let's be serious here. It is about your salary, your salary. If we don't pay you for 1 month, Ghana will hear us. But Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we are recruiting the young men that you left unemployed into the security services. How do you expect us to pay them? How do you expect us to pay them? We are recruiting the unemployed young men into the army. And he himself is looking around to find opportunities for the people of Walwale. But he says that we shouldn't provide for them. Mr. Speaker, we are recruiting people to run the affairs of government. Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, the nurses that you didn't recruit, we are recruiting them. Mr. Speaker, they had over 11,000 people they recruited into the Ghana Health Service. They did not even put them on the payroll. And we have put them on the payroll. Where do you think we should pay them from? Education. Over 13,000 teachers. They recruited them, didn't put them on the payroll. We have catered to pay for them. And you have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians should understand these people. They never like Ghanaians. The unemployed youth should now understand why they are unemployed, because they never want to pay them. They don't want them to be employed and be paid to take care of their families. Mr. Speaker, this budget is meant to make sure that the youth that are unemployed find something to do, and we will pay them. Mr. Speaker, we will pay them. Mr. Speaker, your man is complaining about capital expenditure. We were in this country where they declared year of roads and came here with a roads budget of 2 billion. 2 billion Ghana cedis in this parliament. The year of roads, you budgeted for only 2 billion. And you see the people of Ghana that somehow or another you are going to fix our roads with 2 billion. And we have budgeted for 30 billion, you have an issue with it. I mean, what type of people are these? What type of people are these? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, somebody says that he doesn't understand why there is international borrowing. Mr. Speaker, you should be happy that there is a government that the international community trusts and have confidence in them and will lend to them. Mr. Speaker, you were sacked away from the international capital market. You ran this country into a junk status. And you were rated by all rating agencies into a junk. That's why they never gave you money. That's why they stopped you from borrowing $3 billion a year on the Yoruba market. And this young man, Dr. Atofosi, this young man has cleaned up your mess. Mr. Speaker, this young man had made sure that our rating is now up there and the people trust us.
Honorable
and they want to give us money. You don't want that. Mr. Speaker,
I don't go conclude.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
conclude.
Mr. Speaker, it is becoming very clear. Mr. Speaker, it is becoming very clear.
Honorable members,
Good news.
honorable members, let there be order.
anything good about Ghana, they don't like it. You brought us a bankrupt economy and arrived with a bankrupt certificate tied to your neck. You made Ghana men of straw. And today, we have raised Ghana to a status where people are now calling us to come and take money. And you have an issue with that. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Jandam economies will die. It is becoming very clear that they don't have anything to say about the management of the economy. The management of the economy is very clear. Mr. Speaker, only recently, despite everything we told them here, they think that when you continue to tell untruth, it will become the truth. Mr. Speaker, in managing this economy, we came to meet foreign reserves of 8 billion Ghana cedis. Dollars, sorry. They claim that we have pumped 10 billion. So if you have $8 billion you came to meet, and you pump 10 billion, do you end up with 12 billion? Do you end up with 12 billion? I mean, what type of Jandam analysis are these? And all they are doing is that they instigate these journalists to be waiting for them at the entrance. They wait for them at the entrance just so they can get TikTok bite. How can you meet reserves of 8 billion, pump 10 billion of that, and you have almost 12 billion sitting at the Bank of Ghana? We must be magicians. We must be magicians to have done that. The truth is that the economy generated those forex. The cocoa farmer that produced cocoa that you went and sold and brought only 500 million into Ghana within 6 months. When we sold them, we brought 1.8 billion in 6 months. 1.3 billion more. Why? Do you want us to give it to Atu to go and put in his house? We'll give it to the people who need it to import things into our country. Cocoa, what do you call gold board alone, is giving us $9 billion a year. Not even a year now. $9 billion.
In less than a year.
And that money is produced by Ghanaian miners. So if Ghanaians produce their gold, and you go and sell and you bring the forex, why? Do you want us to give it to go and keep it in Kumasi? We give it to importers. And that is why they are seeing the stability of the city. So you can shout on top of the roof, we will generate forex. You people were borrowing forex and giving to them. You were borrowing 3 billion every year, then you go and give it to exporters and importers. You go and borrow 3 billion, you come and organize KK party, and you give it to people. Yes. Meanwhile, you have forgotten that 3 billion will have to go back. And they will go back in the principal and interest payment. And when it arrived, initially they went and printed series. Printed 80 billion. Then after the 80 billion, now the person who gave you the 3 billion wants $3 billion. You can't give them series. Then they say, we can't pay. Because we have series, but we don't have dollars. And at a point, Mr. Speaker, our entire forest reserve at the Bank of Ghana could last for 0.8 months. That is less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. If you knew how to raise 10 billion, how come you didn't have forex? Less than 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, now if you come to Bank of Ghana, our reserve is about $12 billion. $12 billion. And they are dazed, completely dazed. It is not a must that all the time you must find something wrong when there is nothing wrong. My good friend,
Honorable Azikadongo, kindly conclude.
Criticize. Mr. Speaker, I want to call on my colleagues that this budget is a good news budget. Mr. Speaker, one of their own who sat in the front row here today is the finance minister, and he's putting Ghana on the pedestal. He requires their support to continue to deliver the good news to our people. And that can only happen if the appropriation bill is approved and the money is made available to the minister. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money he's complaining about Do you have any money sitting in your office that you are going to give to Atubosi? He is going to raise it himself. So when he raises the money, he shouldn't spend it.
Honorable member,
So,
once
Mr.
again,
Speaker,
conclude.
A good government raises its own money. A good government raises the money from Ghana and spends the money in Ghana.
We can't debate endlessly.
And by the time we are done, I am sure the people of Ghana will understand what a good budget looks like. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case and encourage my colleagues to support the adoption of the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's the turn of leadership.
Yes.
It's the turn of leadership. The turn of leadership, Speaker. Please, because as you know, Parliament has organized an event and we have invited Ghanaians. They are sitting out there and waiting for us. And we have debated the budget, debated the various sectoral allocations, debated the principle. Whatever we are saying now is a repetition of what we have already said. Nothing new is being said. Nothing new is being said, and nothing that will be said will change the figures. Mr. Speaker, after all the new and wonderful things that Adongo has said, I don't think anybody has anything more to add. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point, leadership will take a bite.
Minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this parliament is not a parliament of one side. And it's a parliament of precedents, it's a parliament of rules. Mr. Speaker, what the majority leader is proposing is very alien to this House. It's alien in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is a thief-time member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And any time we are debating on appropriation, the second reading and commenting on the appropriation bill, the minister responsible for finance is here. This is an aggregate of every motion or every expenditure that the government wants to do. Mr. Speaker, we cannot therefore limit it to the contribution of one person. That is alien to our rules. Mr. Speaker, even the finance minister seated here, after listening to contribution from both sides and leadership, the majority and minority leader concluding, the finance minister will still have an opportunity to listen to us. Mr. Speaker, these are figures that we are going to interrogate. Mr. Speaker, if it is the case, that there is equally important program organized by Parliament, then we can suspend debate to continue tomorrow. But we cannot. No, Mr. Speaker. If the program that we understand, Parliament have a carols night, and we need to understand. So if it is the case that we are going to attend, Mr. Speaker, the debate can continue tomorrow, and then, or else, Mr. Speaker, we are ready on our side to debate now. Mr. Speaker, we are ready on our side to debate now. But I want to appeal to the majority leader that we cannot rush the appropriation bill. We cannot rush it. The report on the appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, we cannot rush it. Mr. Speaker, that would be an alien to our rules, that is alien to the practice, and that will not be democratic. That the minister is asking for 357 billion and will not be allowed to talk about it, that we will not be allowed to ask questions about it, that we are going to give him an extra over 100 billion from what he asked for in 2025, and you think that nobody should talk about it. So, majority leader, it cannot be. Mr. Speaker, we should not limit it to whosoever, to a number. We can do 5-5 and leadership. We can do 5-5 and leadership. and leader, and the majority and minority leader conclude. Then the finance minister will come in, and they will come. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you and the majority leader that we cannot go by what he said, that we should debate it thoroughly and conclude on this issue, and then we can pass it. Then we know that tomorrow we will have a lighter business to do. I thank you. But, Mr. Speaker, you can regulate the time. For the time, you can regulate it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Honorable Kweku Kwatin's report. It is emanating from your side. You chair this committee. So what exactly are you saying? So we are saying that all the matters have been considered at the committee level. So all you are doing is a rehash of everything that you have had opportunity to consolidate in the committee chairman's report. So there's no point in talking forever. We have to limit it.
Yes, Honorable Kweku Kwatin.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, it is just to correct what my colleague just said, that this is Honorable Kweku Kwatin's report. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Kweku Kwatin, you are right. This is the committee's report.
It's the committee's report.
Committee's report cannot be called Kweku Kwatin's report.
I just want my colleague to be corrected and get this out of the records. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am the ranking member for the budget committee. We met, we took the decision, and it was unanimous. And the report was signed by the chairman of the committee. He forwarded it to have it here. Yes. And nobody raised an eyebrow. Nobody. Nobody.
Honorable Richard Achampong, resume your seat. Honorable Richard Achampong, resume your seat. Majority Leader. Honorable Richard Achampong.
Sit down.
Richard Achampong, resume your seat. Honorable Habib, also resume your seat. Yes, majority and minority leader, what is the way forward?
Mr. Speaker, this is a report of a committee chaired by Honorable Kwatin. And he has signed, and he says that he is recommending to us to adopt the report. And we are saying that we are okay, we don't want to debate it, we will adopt it for him. And he is insisting that we should debate his report. I'm wondering why you are insisting that we should debate your report when we have agreed with you and want to adopt it for you.
Honorable Majority Leader, honestly speaking, we need to agree
on a lighter note
on how many people are speaking and what time we are giving to them.
3-3. Pardon? 3-3. Please, 3. Mr. Speaker, he's saying 5-5. 5-5. I think two have spoken already. The chairman who presented the report, and then Honorable Kabiru. So two have spoken. On our side, I think two people. The vice chair who supported and Adongo. So now we are left with 3-3. So 3-3, the 3-3, 2-2, and then leaders 1-1. That making the 3-3. Each of us 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
If that is the sense of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader should know that this report is properly before the House. So continue saying that the report is Kweku Kwatin's property. When the committee report is before the House, it is a report of the House now, not the committee. We are not in a committee meeting.
Honorable Habib, what I want the leadership to engage is the number of people who are speaking.
Mr. Speaker, 5-5 and our leaders, and the majority and minority leader. 5-5 on each side, and the majority and minority leader will conclude. Then the finance minister can come in and we are done.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kweku Kwatin didn't speak. He only presented a committee report. So we are saying 5-5 on each side, and then leadership.
Honorable members, let's stop this kind of argument and proceed. Yes, you have the floor. Please
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am amazed that a budget or an appropriation that seeks to provide jobs and all the beautiful, fanciful things, we are preventing the good people of this nation to listen to what it is. I am amazed, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because a lean government that is supposed to have system ministers is requesting for 540 million Ghana cedis as compensation. 540 million Ghana cedis as compensation at the Office of Government Machinery. This is supposed to be a lean government, Mr. Speaker. Just opposing that to the fact that we still have nurses that were assured to be paid but have worked for 7 months, 11 months, but only 1 month were paid. Mr. Speaker, this appropriation is seeking to create jobs. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, when you come to tourism, and I begin with tourism because this month was supposed to be 30 December. We all saw those who are supposed to manage the Black Stars, how they are managing 30 December, to the fact that we are losing a lot of revenue to our Nigerian counterpart. But Mr. Speaker, tourism development of tourism is giving only 250,000. 250,000. Yet 500 million Ghana cedis for Office of Government Machinery compensation. Mr. Speaker, if you move that, we have a lot of tourist attractions. And yesterday, our senior colleague presented that of Takrade. And then before that, the Deputy Finance Minister had talked about how Akosombo can be a tourism hub. Mr. Speaker, tourism facility monitoring. This has only 300,000. Mr. Speaker, only 300,000 is being appropriated for tourism facility management. Meanwhile, it is there. I'm speaking to it, Mr. Speaker. The minister is asking for item 01603 and tourism facility monitoring. Sorry, item 01604. It is talking about 300,000, Mr. Speaker. And I was shocked that we have a lot of tourism, and this year, if we have not even issued statement or talked about the potential of tourism, yet we are only appropriating 300,000 to monitor this facility. How are we going to improve these things? So, Mr. Minister, I think that this appropriation, in terms of job creation, Mr. Speaker, we talked about the fact that we want to create jobs. And in agribusiness, Mr. Speaker, agriculture, we all pay lip service to that is the basis for this economy. Yet, agribusiness development, the minister is seeking to appropriate only 400,000. No capers. They are only goods and services. So I am saying that the request for agribusiness development is only 400,000. Yet I will still base my argument. So, Mr. Speaker, these are issues that has to be looked at in terms of how much the minister wants to spend. My argument is that if you want to, we are creating an impression that we want to create jobs, then the request for expenditure should reflect the intention of the budget. However, the monies that the minister is seeking in terms of job creation, job employment, is something that does not tell me that indeed, Mr. Minister, skills development. While we talked about a lot of skills development, we talked about apprenticeship creating and all that. This government came on the back of job creation. This government came on the back of 24-hour economy. And to even develop that, we need the skills. Under the Ministry of Job Creation and Labor, I was amazed again that 437,000 is being appropriated or is being requested for skills development. And this is surprising. And Mr. Speaker, you would realize that I keep hammering on jobs because a lot of the young people, and for us, if you look at this chamber, more than 60% of the members of parliament here are young people. And I believe that one of the things that we ought to advocate for our people in terms of government expenditure, in terms of improving a job creation. But Mr. Speaker, you can't find this. You rather find areas that are not directly creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, the minister yesterday mentioned that in the Big Push project, they are ring fencing this year. The 13 billion is going to be ring fenced. Well, maybe we need some more clarification. I have gone through the appropriation, and I have not seen anywhere that the 13 billion has been added to the appropriation so that it will allow us to spend. Mr. Speaker, we only have the allocation for 2026, which is the 30 billion. Yet the 13 billion that the minister indicated that it is going to be ring-fenced for the Big Push project that we've been talking about, and we are all expecting to accelerate development and open up our major cities. We cannot find it in the appropriation. So my question is, how are we going to have that money available to spend? So, Mr. Speaker, there are very fundamental issues that is in question with this appropriation bill. Earlier speaker has made mention of a lot of them. Mr. Speaker, what I need to indicate is that having come through this appropriation bill, I do not see any prospects in terms of the expenditure that is going to give us jobs. And so I would urge that maybe next year the minister should come again in the media to demonstrate that the expenditure is going to give us jobs. Because I do not see this year, Mr. Speaker, we requested for 200 billion for expenditure, which included the Youth in Agriculture program. We are going to Christmas, and Mr. Speaker, when I went home, fowls cost has risen astronomically. Why? Because the Nkukon Kitenkiti project that we indicated that we will spend and bring it this year, so that the cost of chicken and fowl will come down. There will be about 1 million broilers and broilers in the system that will help us. We didn't find it. I would only urge that just as this year we could not spend in creating these jobs, at least we are targeting Easter. I will request that for the Nkukon Kitenkiti project, the minister, in requesting for this amount, should make available fund early enough so that we can start the product of poultry to target the Easter market. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude. I will conclude by urging that this appropriation, for me, does not give hope to the young people of this country. It does not indicate expenditure of spending, and therefore I request that the minister should take a real look at it so that we can expand in areas that will get jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so conclude.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, I want you to guide the House. We are doing appropriation. And appropriation is a summation of all the estimate you've done. I refer members to page 161 of the budget. Below the item, you see appropriation, an amount of 357 billion, 105 million, 639,080 Ghana cedis. Nothing has changed. You've given approval to all the estimates. You've debated the principles. So we are rehashing ourselves, repeating ourselves. What are we doing here again? So, Mr. Speaker, the issue is, unless maybe the numbers have changed, or there be some realignment, then we bring those issues to the attention of the finance minister to correct it. And all the members who have spoken, they attended the committee meeting. They did not raise all those issues, apart from Kabiru, who did not attend the meeting. And he's crying than any other person here.
Honorable Richard Achampong.
So, Mr. Speaker,
if you have nothing to say apart from asking the Speaker to guide the House, kindly resume your seat.
No, I'm debating, but I want you to guide us. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting the approval of the appropriation. But the point is, we've already done all these things. So an amount of 357 billion, 105 million, 639,000, and 80 Ghana cedis be approved for the operations of the government for 2026. That's all. And if you want to get to know the details, I refer members to page 161 and page 185. The details are here. Why wasting time? Why are we wasting time? Precious time. Our health is very important. So, Mr. Speaker, already we've given approval to all the estimates. There's no variation. We are not correcting any numbers. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I call on every member to support the approval of this appropriation so that the state can get money to pay all of us come 2026. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have the floor.
I'm surprised the majority leader tried to prevent members to comment on this report. This report is being presented to the House for a total consideration, but majority leader wasn't interested. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I will say if you also have nothing to say,
Mr. Speaker, I do
apart from
have
majority
something to
leader
say.
preventing, also resume your seats.
Mr. Speaker, I have something to say. Considering the report, we have a compensation of 90 billion, which a colleague on the other side tried to explain that has to do with salaries, wages, and that we shouldn't say anything against it. But when we consider the goods and services, we have 13 billion. So the government is interested in paying people, but yet the monies for the goods and services for work, we have 13 billion, which is not enough. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, with the committee's meeting, we realized that releases was the biggest challenge. All the ministers sitting here, they know when they met with the committee, they complained. But when they came to the House, now they are saying we shouldn't comment. We are only going to speak on your behalf because you have your wish list here. And you are not getting the monies. Mr. Speaker, it's not about the beginning of everything, it is about how it will end. Yes. Now you have so much for the appropriation. But let's ask ourselves, how much releases were made? Right. Mr. Speaker, observations were made that some agencies will receive 19% of their allocation. 19% of their allocations. And we have colleagues on the other side who witnessed the same thing. So this is the time we have to advise the minister that the allocations made, we might not have problem with it, but yet for the agencies to be able to work, the money should be released to them. MDAs did complain. Some could even meet 50% of their budgetary allocation. Mr. Speaker, we also witnessed in the last budget an amount of 279 allocated to the Gold Board. And along the way, in the mid-year, we realized that it disappeared. The money, Mr. Speaker, when we found out if Gold Board allocation was coming in again, they said no. But according to the minister, they made an arrangement with commercial banks who are interested in forest, meaning that they will take monies from them and buy the gold and give to them. But to which agreement, we don't know. And then we are telling the finance minister that now that he didn't feature Gold Board this year, we are not expecting him to bring anything in the future. And that the question also becomes, who is responsible for the monies being taken from these commercial banks? Mr. Speaker, we also realized that with YEA, the committee also observed that there was a strange amount for validation, Mr. Speaker, a huge amount of 896.2 million. 896.2 million has been allocated for validation for YEA. But Mr. Speaker, this validation alone is costing us almost $1 billion Ghana cedis. But Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we spent 47 million. 47 million. In 2025, we spent 95 million in total goods and services. But for this year, it is 196 million. 196 million for goods and services for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, I think that this government also needs to consider the monies given to YEA and then their programs. Mr. Speaker, we have 14.7 billion for the big push. Mr. Speaker, the big push we were told that is for infrastructure projects in various sectors. If that is the indication, then why is it that 14.7 billion is being allocated to the big push? Why not the money being allocated to the various MDAs to do their own projects? Mr. Speaker, considering this budget, the government has programmed to appropriate a total of 24.82 billion for repayment of debt. That is amortization. 24.82 billion for amortization. And now the financing aspect of this budget is 90 billion. 90 billion. You have 90 billion for financing, yet you have programmed 24.8 billion for amortization, meaning that this budget, the government is going to borrow. Borrow is free. The government is going to borrow money to finance this budget and also to pay for the debt. Borrowing continues. Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
member, are you done?
Mr. Speaker, it means that the government is only interested in borrowing. But when we borrow money to finance the budget and also borrow money to pay for debt, then it means that we are going to change from one lender to the other. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think this government should learn how to release monies for the MDAs to be able to perform. It doesn't matter the total appropriation, it is about the releases. The releases. If you don't release, you are killing our agencies.
Honorable, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion to approve the appropriation bill number 2 for bill number 2 2025. Mr. Speaker, all we are doing is to approve the revenue expenditure plan of the government for 2026. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the finance minister for managing the economy in such a good way that 2024, when we were sitting on the other side, it would have been a miracle to imagine that today interest rate in this country will be 6.5. It would have been a magic to think that there will be a government who would actually stop the cedi from a free fall. Today, the cedi is less than 12 cedis. And Mr. Speaker, I noticed that anytime colleagues from this side are speaking, our colleagues from the other side deliberately don't pay attention, which is not very good. So minority leader, I think that it's very important that when we are speaking, just the way our leader actually listens to us, you help us listen. Mr. Speaker, what are we talking about? The government of President Mahama has actually managed the economy well. It is out of that whilst the colleagues on the other side mismanage the economy, and in the sector of road and highways, actually over-procure projects to the tune of 110 billion
and left unpaid bill of over 40 billion. Under President Mahama, 6 billion of that has been paid already, and I insist, that is the biggest ever single payment to contractors in our recent history. And all these projects were projects awarded and unpaid for by the side opposite. So when we are talking about prudence, we can't take lessons from the side opposite because they know nothing about prudence. Mr. Speaker, what do we want to use these monies for, Mr. Speaker? We want these monies to complete the Kaswa to Winneba Road that has been started and the contractor rate certificate cannot be paid. We want to pay for the project where the Winneba roundabout will now be an interchange. We want to pay for the contractor working from Winneba to Mankesin currently. Mr. Speaker, what do we want to pay for? We want to pay for the project from Takrady to Agona Junction that was awarded and $78 million was raised as the owner certificate and not a dime was paid until now. Not a dime. Yet they took opportunity to say that they have awarded it. Mr. Speaker, what do we want to pay for? This budget is saying that when we raise the revenue, the road, the from interchange project which was abandoned is now a big push, will be continued and completed. This is what we are paying for. Mr. Speaker, the Wenchi to Solar Road, which has been abandoned, is under big push now. The revenue from this budget will be paying for that. Mr. Speaker, the project which is Wa to Boga, which everybody has forgotten about, is under contract. When we raise this revenue, that road will be completed. Mr. Speaker, what are we talking about? We are talking about a road between Atimpoku all the way to Aflau, which is under contract now. When we raise revenue here, we'll be paying for that one as well. Mr. Speaker, the third ring road in Tamale, which is under contract now, will be paid for from this. The outer ring road of Kumasi, the first quadrant, will be paid from there. Mr. Speaker, the Enchi, Kojorum, and Pechi Road, which is under contract now, will be paid for. The Bediaku Junction to Camp 15 and Sefia Double Chrome Road will be paid for from this. The abandoned Adenta Dodoa Road, which they left, which the contractor is back on site, will be paid for from this revenue. Mr. Speaker, the Binti to Napanduri Road, which is now back on track, will be paid for from this revenue. You want more? Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that is going on.
Honorable, we know there is a lot, but candidly wind up.
Mr. Speaker, to cap it, Mr. Speaker, the colleagues on the other side, especially Dr. Kabiru. Dr. Kabiru, for me, you have the right to speak. There is Dr. Kabiru. I have an issue. It was your government and your former board, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who brought a bill to this house that will build a road between Savelugu and Walewale. Your own government wrote the contract and paid that contractor $29 million. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Baumia, as the head of the economic management team, brought a bill to this house that we should approve over $150 million for the construction of Savelugu to Walewale. That government under President Akufo-Addo wrote a contract and we paid that contractor $29 million as mobilization. That contractor did not even do a kilometer of road. He took our money and took the money away out of this country. Not a kilometer. And sometimes, guess what, Mr. Speaker? I was surprised when Dr. Kabiru actually had the courage to ask a question about the same road in this house. I was hoping that Dr. Kabiru would join me to pursue that contractor who took our $29 million because that money is needed today. Mr. Speaker, I conclude. The government of President Mahama and under the leadership of Dr. Toforsen is managing the economy well. That is why today the minority leader is happy that the contractor working on the road in his constituency is working. That is why the deputy leader is happy that the some interchange project contractor is back on site. And everybody here knows a road in your backyard which is under big push, which is ongoing, unprecedented. The year of road 1, the year of road 2. Show me one road that you have started and completed under the year of road. All we saw was President Akufo-Addo came here. Listen, let me tell you. President Akufo-Addo came here and sat there in the State of the Nation address and said He has constructed 10,800 kilometers of new roads. And then we did a diligent work. That was untruth.
Honorable Abuja, kindly conclude. Honorable Minister for Rules,
Mr.
conclude.
Speaker, I recommend to the colleagues to approve this appropriation bill so that we raise the revenue and apply it to the programs that we are talking about. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, minority leadership. Minority leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we had an agreement. The clerk has been moving from left to right, trying to stop this debate. Colleagues, no, we had an agreement. It is his turn, he has prepared. Let him finish, I will come in. If we know, no, colleagues, please, this thing is becoming one too many. If for any reason you think that we are hard pressed with time because of the Carol's night, let's place this on ice and come tomorrow and do it. Then please, let's go by the agreement, Mr. Speaker. It is his turn before I come in. Please, Mr. Speaker, I want to show you all reverence. It is his turn, please. I got a signal from the clerk. Honorable clerk, please. We are having a peaceful
Minority
atmosphere.
leader, the clerk is not presiding over the House.
Mr. Speaker,
I am the one presiding over the House. So leave the clerk alone.
Mr. Speaker,
You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, leadership had a plan. It is his turn. We all agree. We haven't changed what we agree. It is his turn, with respect.
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Habib proposed 5-5. And then he proposed 3-3. Now I have decided to take 3-3, including the leaders, making 4-4. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in this budget, government is seeking approval from Parliament to spend in excess of 350 billion. Mr. Speaker, what we know is that in 2025, after we approved the budget and the minister came here during media review for further actions to be taken by Parliament, no releases at all were made to ministers. Mr. Speaker, apart from compensation, a lot of the ministers complained at committee hearing. Some said just around 19% releases, some 20%. And Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister of Finance on this floor to tell us the percentage of releases he made to the various ministries. Mr. Speaker, it is not about the budget, it is how much you release. And we know that in 2025, the Ministry of Finance failed almost all the ministries. Many agencies of state did not have what it takes to do their work. Mr. Speaker, let me turn my attention to job creation. You see huge sums of monies being allocated for some other priorities, but the sectors that will create jobs, we see a go slow. This government has soon forgotten that it made two major promises to the people of Ghana. One, the women banking. In 2025 budget, nothing was heard about the women banking. So year one is gone, they failed. In 2026, they are provided for 412 million Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, the minimum capital required to set it up is 400 million. So in other words, after setting it up, after meeting the minimum requirement, what would you have to give out as loans? You know that the law says, you cannot impair the minimum capital. You can't impair it, so you can't touch it. We don't trust you. Mr. Speaker, we cannot trust the figures. We cannot trust them. Mr. Speaker, where is the women banking? And Mr. Speaker, they also said they were going to create one job with 3 shifts. Mr. Speaker, a government that cannot take care of its 189 cannot take care of the many jobless youth that are seeking for jobs. A government that cannot take care of its 189 in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, cannot take care of the many youths. The backbench in this house are suffering, yet you say you are going to create jobs. When your own backbench have been rendered redundant and cannot go to their constituencies, you say you are going to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, this government is a promise and fail government. Mr. Speaker, they said they were going to do public sector reforms. They appointed a minister. If you look into this budget, no serious provision is made. Yet you are allocating billions for certain activities. You also said you have a minister in charge of special initiatives. Where is the budgetary allocation? You see, you can continue to talk, but your actions would expose you. Today, you have increased electricity tariffs by 27%. 27%. Did we go or did we come? Mr. Speaker, if you go in here, the minister of roads, who spoke for about 90 minutes, said that some roads are going to be constructed. Mr. Speaker, he said so many roads are going to be constructed. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister of Roads, who is supervising the big push, the 30 billion big push, is not coming under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the 30 billion that has been allocated, we don't know which minister is going to supervise this expenditure. So we know the lack of transparency in the spending of this. And Mr. Speaker, I have circled something for the minister. Mr. Speaker, the allocation for road maintenance trust fund, only 3 billion. The Minister of Roads is here. Only 3 billion has been allocated for road maintenance. The whole country, we have rural communities. Our people need access, and you could not provide for them. You are always sitting with the finance minister. That proximity has not earned you anything. You have been doing follow, yet you could not get enough money. Only 3 billion for road maintenance. And Mr. Speaker, when earlier your colleague Adongo was speaking, you were all here hearing him. What Adongo needs is a job. Adongo needs a job, not to do the talk. Mr. Speaker, we in the minority are united in supporting Adongo, who is jobless. Mr. Speaker, yet he is always on the floor attacking the minority, yet he is jobless. By the BOG announcement, he's even lost the only job he has. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the national security budget. That is where I want the finance minister to look at his numbers. We were told that 3,751,733,088 was the total allocation. Mr. Speaker, I didn't do economics, I didn't do mathematics, mine was law. But what we have here is basic mathematics. just as we expose them at paragraph 75 and 76 of the budget. Again, we are exposing them, and they should pay attention. Mr. Speaker, they tell us National Security Council 2,441,977,235. Then they are saying that out of this, NSC headquarters was 2,441. Mr. Speaker, that is okay because compensation for research is zero. We understand. Move to the next column. Compensation, goods and services. You said 1,258 million. Then you come and say out of which research department 54 million. If you add, you still get 2.5 billion. Ebay. Mr. Speaker, CAPEX, you are provided for 59 million. Then you say out of which research 10 million. You add, you still get 59 million. Why? Mr. Speaker, you realize that the figure that has been provided for in the appropriation would therefore be wrong because, Mr. Speaker, yes, in the appropriation you have provided for 3,751,000,000. However, I didn't do mathematics, but this one I will fail. Listen, then come and correct what you have stated in your budget. You cannot tell me that I should concentrate on the final outcome, but I should not concentrate on the calculation. Mr. Speaker, if you add, it is in excess of the 3,751,000,000. Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, please conclude for me. Conclude for me.
Mr. Speaker, we reconcile. Allow me. We reconcile. Don't do this. You and I have reconciled.
Just conclude for me.
Mr. Speaker, so now you fear the majority.
Kindly conclude for me. Honorable Minority Leader, conclude for me.
I hear you. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this whole budget, you ask yourself, there were priority areas. The Agriculture Ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture, needed major investment to boost food production. Meanwhile, the prudent management of the economy has resulted in the purchasing of presidential jets. Those who say they are managing the economy prudently have decided to buy a presidential jet. Mr. Speaker, when you could not provide for agriculture, as for Ministry of Trade, it's a forgotten ministry. The very policies to create jobs and to create an enabling environment for the private sector, this government forgot about it. You cancelled the incentive for the private sector without providing an alternative. And now you brought an enactment in this, you brought a bill to this parliament telling us that whenever there is seasonal shortfall in revenue projection, Bank of Ghana should lend you money. Then you turn around and say that you would only take money from Bank of Ghana for emergency purpose. Then you smuggle a provision to allow you to borrow when through your inefficiencies you are unable to raise revenue. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by saying that this appropriation, even when it's approved, offers no hope. This government in year one could not perform even up to 30% of its own budget. Clearly, in this 2026, without providing for job creation under their own 24-hour economy, under the one job, three shifts, Mr. Speaker, there is no hope at all for the youth. What we rather know is that the two ministers who were supposed to undertake key reforms.
Leader, you indicated you are concluding.
Yes, sir. I'm concluding, sir. I'm rounding up. The two ministers, the Minister for Public Sector Reform, has been rendered redundant. Nothing was provided. She is just at Jubilee House doing nothing. The Minister in charge of Special Initiatives has also been made redundant. He is just being paid salary for nothing. What we know is that so much has been loaded at Jubilee House for compensation They say they are appointing only 60 ministers, but many government appointees, director of agric at the presidency, special advisor in charge of agriculture at the presidency, in addition to a minister of agriculture, Minister and Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am concluding to say that me, I'm a Yakayu Takamba, Mr. Speaker, I've been Nuchumo, Imbo Nuchume, I'm a bear 24-hour economy. I'm a Malay. Mr. Speaker, in other words, they lied. They lied.
Honorable,
they are all backbench. They are hungry.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader. You know the use of the word lie is offensive.
It's inaccurate.
So I would ask that it be expunged.
Yes, I've withdrawn.
And with all due respect, you have concluded nicely. Thank you very much. I will then give 5 minutes to the Minister for Finance.
Some are coming to Parliament in Uber and taxi. Take care of your own
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority should take care of its own backbench.
Honorable Minority Leader, you said you have concluded.
They have failed their own backbench. Great job for your own MPs. It's not enough to come here with 189.
Honorable Minority Leader, you said you have concluded. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, please make it up.
Honorable Habib, you don't have the right to do what you are doing. Honorable Habib, you don't have the right to do what you are doing. Please resume your seat. Honorable Habib, resume your seat. Honorable Habib, resume your seat. Honorable Habib, I'm asking you to resume your seat. Yes, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, all of us, I believe, in this chamber went to secondary school. Mr. Speaker, everybody who went to secondary school did mathematics. The minority leader said that he, even though he went to secondary school, didn't do mathematics. Mr. Speaker, as for me, I will only debate people who have done mathematics. So, Mr. Speaker, since he did not do mathematics, I will not debate him. I will allow the finance minister to debate him.
Yes, Finance Minister. Finance Minister, be straightforward and be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now I will take him to mathematics class. Right, Honorable Speaker. In fact, everyone in this chamber believes that President Mahama has made progress on the economy. Mr. Speaker, even our colleagues opposite us, deep in their heart, knows that Ghana is making progress. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have been prudent and will continue to be prudent. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague say that A prudent government is planning to buy a presidential jet. But Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that it is better to buy than to rent. And that the cost of buying is equivalent of 2 years of renting aircraft by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, the fact is there for all of us to see. The amount of money they spent on renting aircraft for 2 years is equivalent to the price of a new aircraft. And so who is prudent? Mr. Speaker, the cost of the cathedral borehole is more than enough to buy an aircraft. Right, Honorable Speaker. So President Mahama is prudent. Mr. Speaker, let me say that under this budget, the appropriations before us, the fact remains that we will not borrow from the central bank. We will not ask the Bank of Ghana to print for us, just like was done some years ago. We will not. Mr. Speaker, let me now refer you to what I'm asking this House to approve for us. Mr. Speaker, goods and service budget. We are asking that this House approves a 13.1 billion Ghana cedis from the appropriations bill for goods and service. Mr. Speaker, this means the government is spending more than we spent this year to run the activities of government. Mr. Speaker, aside that, our colleagues opposite, when they were in office, they left us gargantuan debt, a debt that has been restructured to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd of January 2026, government of Ghana will have to service the euro bond that they paid, an amount, the euro bond that they borrowed, Mr. Speaker, an amount of $710 million is due for us to service. This budget is going to pay that. Mr. Speaker, let me also say, and that is 3rd of January 2026. Mr. Speaker, we are going to pay the debt you left behind. That is what this appropriations bill is taking to do. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you. Under interest payment, the 57.7 billion Ghana cedis we have projected to spend we are going to use this to service the debt they left behind. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this would have been more if this government has not put in place prudent debt management strategies. So, Mr. Speaker, we are only cleaning up. This budget is only going to clean up, and we will continue to clean up, and we will spend the 57.7 billion Ghana cedis to service the debt that will fall due. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we have allocated 63.5 billion Ghana cedis for National Health Insurance Fund, for the Ghana Education Trust Fund, for Road Fund, for District Assembly Common Fund, and other earmark fund, including the Youth Employment Agency, the Student Loan Trust Fund, the Ghana Exim Bank, and the Minerals Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, all of this amount will be made available in the year 2026 when this Appropriations Act is passed. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have scaled up social spending. As a result, in this budget, outside the critical social spending, we have also allocated an amount of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program, capitation grant, and in fact, LEAP. So, Mr. Speaker, LEAP alone, we are spending 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me put on record that the capital expenditure has been moved from under 30 billion to 57 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana is spending big on infrastructure. 57 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated. Wow. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that no government in the Fourth Republic has spent on roads more than President John Dramani Mahama. That is a fact. That is a fact. This is because the road sector has been neglected over the years. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are spending to fix the roads. Mr. Speaker, let me also put this on record. Let me also put this on record that in this budget, we are provisioning to spend 29.8 billion Ghana cedis, 29.8 billion Ghana cedis for the services of paying arrests. Mr. Speaker, this is the arrest the MPP left behind. This is the contractors you failed to pay them. And we are saying that we are spending 29.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay those arrests. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we are going to spend 24.8 billion Ghana cedis for the purposes of paying down the debt you left behind. The debt you left behind. Mr. Speaker, you could see that he can't take it anymore. Clearly, he can't take it anymore. But Mr. Speaker, let me say that this year has been good. Next year will even be better. Next year will be better for the people of Ghana. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Members, I'll put a question. At the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2026 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the appropriation number 2 bill 2025 is duly read for the second time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that our colleagues were urging upon us to speed up because we all had pressed with time. The president is attending Carol's night. I think this is an appropriate time to bring closure to proceedings so that we come tomorrow. I'm supposed to read at the Carol's night.
Honorable,
we are all supposed to go and change and attend.
Honorable Minority Leader, we have sat above 5 hours, so that is within my domain.
I agree. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was just drawing your attention.
So
yes,
that is within your domain. It doesn't. That does not lie in your mouth.
That is so. I'm just drawing your attention.
Yes. So yes. I'm also telling you that doesn't lie within your mouth. It's entirely in my domain.
Mr. Speaker,
I am fortified by standing order 56-2. By our own standing order 56-2.
Mr. Speaker, what does it provide? Mr. Speaker,
you can read it.
Mr. Speaker, what does it say?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what does
to adjourn after 5 hours,
Mr.
it lies
Speaker,
in me.
Which one did you quote, please?
56-2.
56-2.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, just a second.
Honourable members, I'll proceed to have the House adjourn. The House is adjourned till Friday, the 19th day of December 2025 at 12 o'clock in the forenoon.